For coming to our very early event. It's parallel to many other constituency meetings, but I'm glad that it's live streamed, and I think the live stream works, right? Yes. So our session today has very distinguished guests from very different backgrounds. We have science, spirituality, and practical actions on the ground, how to switch and connect knowledge, which is more local knowledge, practical knowledge, to scientific communities. We have an analyst of negotiations. And our topic today, transforming knowledge systems through ethical leadership, is a topic which is, first of all, quite big, but it actually relates to the initiative of the Brazilian presidency to call out the global ethical stocktake. And I was, when I came to the COP, really curious how this stocktake will be taken up here. And at the moment, for now, I haven't seen so much of it, but I know that the faith-based organizations have taken it up in a very beautiful way and had programs in the city, discussions about it every day. So I would like to start with Jeremy Domenech to give his first perspective on the topic and share his standpoint.
Yes, good morning to all of you, and thank you, Caroline, for having me on this panel. I'm very curious to hear how our different experiences will form our views on ethical leadership. Maybe I will try to give a bit of background about myself and sort of then go into what my views are for this panel. So I spent most of my career in diplomacy, working at the UN in different political missions. And then I worked also in weaponized conflicts around the world, always focused on conflict and why people don't agree, right? And I think one of the ways how ethics is supposed to transform is because they are connectors, right? We can agree that we can share certain values. So in this sort of contrast between people disagreeing and people finding common sense, I found that when it comes to multilateralism, the realist perspective is still what prevails a lot of times. So when I speak to negotiators, it's mostly that either the powerful states are dictating the course forward, or the states that have the most resources. And I feel like the power element of multilateralism still supersedes ethical considerations. And why is that? You could say that, oh, is it because the individual negotiators, they are unethical people or they have the wrong values? No, it's because the mandate that these people are issued from their governments, from their agents, require them to act in a certain way. So if we're having a position where the representatives of countries have as a top priority to maximize the interests of their own country, then any kind of ethical considerations would come second to that. So for example, if you have a country where English is the first native language, and you are in a negotiation setting with somebody whose native language is not English, and you are trying to push forward a certain part of the text that is favorable to you, you are doing your professional duty as a representative, as a diplomat. Now, if you realize the ethical consideration that language is a barrier, right? That the correct understanding, and you know how climate texts are, there are a lot of times they use jargon, they use complicated wordings, right? If you as a negotiator realize that the counterpart is not aware that the current text is unfavorable to them due to resource constraints of actually checking the text, due to language constraints, due to other kind of constraints, then the ethical thing would be to point that out, to say, hey, have you actually read the text, and do you know how this will affect you? But as a negotiator, you will probably not do that, right? Same thing with other things. When we think of in negotiation theory, there is something like a term called constructive ambiguity. And constructive ambiguity means that we are using words and we are spreading them. Wow. We are amplifying the words in order for people to find themselves in a particular wording, right? A good example of that is just transition, right? Everybody can subscribe to the word just, but what it actually means when we go to the ground, when we go to implementation, then that looks very different for different kinds of actors, right? So whereas on text we're able to agree to the word just, all the relevant parties know that when we come to implementation, the word just will favor this side or favor the other side, right? So then ethics also becomes a sort of tool that is used to bring the text over the line and try to influence constituencies, influence audiences listening, right? Because when we then present the text outward, everybody can say, yeah, we have achieved a just transition, and that will go well with all of the populations across the world, right? So I'm very skeptical around ethical considerations in text. But at the same time, you see that ethics have found their way in the way how we talk about climate. So for example, common but shared responsibility, or the idea that polluters are paying more than non-polluters, right? These are deeply ethical considerations where we have seemed to found an agreement that this is how we want to go forward. Because in a very unethical world, we would say, no, actually all the countries have to pay the same things, etc., etc. So we are sort of stuck in between a realist world where only power dictates and resources dictates, whoever interests get served first. And on the other side, we see, and the SDGs are a very good example of that, the human drive for cooperation. And I feel like in that way, negotiators here on the ground are exactly in that paradox between collaboration, and you see deep friendships between the individual negotiators, but then on the other side, you see a very hard, cold sort of rationale that dictates some of the actual policies and tactics that are being employed. So I would say that if we want to talk about ethics in negotiation, there's something that's called an agreement in principle, right? So can we agree on a way how we want to negotiate? And one of the initiatives that has been discussed over the last years has been, for example, do we want to limit the amount of delegates that each country is able to send in order to make sure that we all have an equitable seat at the table, right? And even those initiatives until now have been blocked due to power interest, right? So for me, I would be very curious to see how can we find an agreement in principle, how can we find the ethical ground on which we are willing to negotiate and have these very difficult discussions in light of global power asymmetries and imbalances. And for me, that requires a certain type of psychological safety, especially if we talk about security interest and safety issues. Then we also need to talk about how individual safety of people can be warranted. You see, the Brazilian presidency has issued a statement that they want everybody to feel like they're in a safe space, that they want this to be therapy, and they want to have intimate letters. But you see that has been received, at least from what I have heard from negotiators, again, little more than sort of, dialectics, and not really something that has actually found its space into the very structure how we are negotiating, right? So if we want to create a safe space, if we want to have difficult discussions about ethics, which will then inform the outcomes, then I think we need to look at different ways on how we meet and how we discuss these issues.
Thank you, Jeremy. That was a powerful start. Handing over to Sikan, George, Emma, and Mana.
Thank you. Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, everybody, for having me, and thank you, Caroline, for inviting me to this session. And thank you very much. I'm very glad to have the opportunity and privilege to sit with distinguished leaders like you. I take it up from where Jeremy left. So he says the power of multilateralism sort of subdues the role of ethics, and I do strongly agree with him. And from my point of view, when we talk about ethics in the space in the context of climate change, the the damage and the scale and the depth of climate change is not it is not a problem that ethics that we should leave it to the whims and caprices of ethics to solve. Now we have defined, we define and we have established ourselves as individuals, as a society, on the basis of ethical values and on principles. And we cannot dismiss the fact that we have gone many years ahead through the instrumentality of ethics and principles. But in a diverse world and in a world that we are having global challenges like climate change, like HIV, AIDS, like health issues, ethics really cannot solve all the problems we need. Now, we started the journey with ethics and principles in 1992 during the Earth Summit here in Brazil. And over the last 20 years, it has been negotiation text. It occurred in Article 17 of the Kyoto Protocol. It occurred in a Paris Agreement text, ethics and principles. And it seems to always go and revolve around values, transparency, being the integrity and all that. But it doesn't really solve the magnitude of problems that we have. And I would think that we should, rather than relying on ethics and principle, we should look at climate change from a point of view that we need the markets, we need the regulations to force people to do certain things. Because if we leave the solutions of climate change to ethics, we wouldn't get to where we are today. So I see ethics playing a much more deeper role in terms of the code of conduct, in terms of compelling people, or in terms of appealing to the consciences of people during negotiations, like he said, but not in terms of changing the energy systems, and not in terms of bringing to a corrective measures the business and the market that brought us to the point where we are. So we need to scale, what is the scale of applicability of ethics in terms of climate change? Do we want to make ethics as a solution, or do we want to make it as a code of conduct in the roadmap that leads to, I see it more of a generational solution, that it should be part of the market, it should be part of other remediative solutions, but it shouldn't take a central role, because it can't solve the problem just by saying, I believe in law, I believe in ethics, I believe that things should be fair. I don't see it solving the problem. But I see it being like a code of conduct, like a generational consideration over time, that as we move on, he spoke about negotiations and how people use text and how people present arguments, but the implementations of these arguments and behind the text are not really the things we see thereafter. We have the experiences, we have been here since 2015 during the Paris Agreement. We are 10 years still caught up in negotiations. Ethics hasn't helped us to go that far, but at least it has helped the people, like in the Amazonas, to have a voice. So I think we need more than ethics. So we need markets, we need regulations, we need businesses to respond and to own up to their responsibilities of what they have caused. That is my take on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very clear statement, questioning the power of ethics. And I wonder, at one point in our conversation, we really have to define what each of us means by ethics and practical implementation. I'm very happy to now hear from Sister Genti, who is I would say, very ethical leader.
Thank you. Can you hear me above the wonderful music that's coming through? Okay. From a spiritual perspective, I'd like to define how I see values and virtues and ethics. So values, I would say, are the inherent quality that every single soul has, which means that every soul has goodness, every soul has kindness, and the 5 integral, intrinsic values of every soul are peace, love, truth, joy, and purity. And the problem arises when we move away from that consciousness of our spiritual identity and we focus only on the physical identity. And in terms of physical identity, yes, of course, there are 1,000 different things that divide us and separate us. But if we were to come back to a spiritual consciousness and come back to the awareness of the inner being that I am, then I would also recognize the value of every single human being, and my relationship, not just with human beings, would change, but those values carried through in my life would also be the virtues I follow in my life. For example, if my value is the value of peace, and I put it through into my real life, my day-to-day activity, it would mean that there is non-violence, which means do no harm to anything, anyone. And so even to destroy a table, well, that's also doing harm. But think about it more in terms of how we treat the planet. The plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, and the human kingdom. And you can see that because we've forgotten our spiritual identity, we've forgotten that peace is there inherent within us, and what we have to do is to remember who we are so that peace can manifest as non-violence in our life as a virtue. Things have gone very, very astray. But the third aspect, and that is the whole subject of ethics. And if I'm aware of my values, if I'm aware of my virtues, then, and I'm using those virtues in my life, then ethics is what relates to the external systems that we have created. And so whether it's in governance, whether it's in terms of nature, the ecology, the environment, just thinking about this concept of non-violence and taking it further. If there's an awareness of do no harm, yes, there can be a governance in which there's a very active opposition, but it would be to make things better, not simply out of ego for a further position or to claim power or the manifestations of power in terms of monetary value and so on. It would be a very different type of governance if there's this basic concept of peace and do no harm. And for example, when it comes to the environment, you can see definitely if we start with that as a premise, that this is the ethic for humanity, then what would we be doing to the animals? What would we be doing to nature and the plant kingdom? There would be a very different situation of the world, and we wouldn't be in the state of chaos and total breakdown that we are. In terms of negotiations, I'd just like to throw in one other aspect. We no longer have a little bit of a shift to an open heart and a warm heart to be able to see that we're all in the same boat. And if water is coming into one side of the boat, it's going to reach my ankles pretty soon. And actually, that's what's already happened. It's not a vision of the future. It is the reality scenario of today. When it's time for floods to come, when it's time for fires to come, there's no boundaries, there's no distinctions. It's happening across the world. Then what gets reported is the upside-down, topsy-turvy ethics, where I was in India and just recently, and there were floods in Orissa. And I did not see a single mention of it on the BBC. I mentioned the BBC by name to tell you that that's what I was looking at. Zero mention of anything happening in India. And yet, of course, Hurricane Melissa had huge coverage. And so again, you can see where there's the ethic of one family, one home, one world, and we were to put that as the priority in front of us and think about the globe, not just my little patch on this planet Earth that's scarcely visible from up there, from the stars, from the satellites. So I think that if truly we were to come back to that consciousness that we are a spiritual family, we are a family here in reality, we share the same values intrinsically, then there's no problem. But the journey from coming back to materialism, consumerism, and control issues and money issues and power issues, back to that consciousness is the journey we have to be ready to travel on. And unless we're ready to do this, how do we see the world? How long is it going to take, not just for the water to reach our ankles, but the water to reach our nose? It's not going to be very long.
Thank you, Sister Genti, for this passionate talk on ethics and values. Professor Chen, please take your statement.
Thank you. So I would like to start with that the ethics is necessary, and although it's alone, it will not manage or solve all the problems, but it is absolutely necessary in my view, because we are living in a world where we have different values, different perceptions, different needs, different desires, and if we don't agree on that, I think it would be very difficult for me to think about any negotiation would be meaningful. And we also understand that Jeremy's view that in negotiation is a real word. It's difficult, but I think if we still need the ethics as a guidance, in my view, we already have some ethic principles that we have agreed to. I'm happy to hear that the Brazilian presidency said they will have a stock take on how this kind of things has been implemented. And for example, just give you one simple example that we have this thinking about the historical responsibility. It's amazing as a researcher, you hardly find papers or studies on that. It's very few, very few. And when I talk to my Western colleagues, they was, oh, that's history. Let's move on, just look at what's happening. But we know that science tells us it is a cumulative emission from the industrialized nations that cause the problem. If we cannot respect that fact, if we cannot consider this ethically, I don't think we can move forward. That's my first point. My second point is that we really need to have align the author systems such as governments, institutions, policies with people's value. Because if you don't align these two, will not be successful. And we know that the consumption, for example, if we continue the consumption as we do, and if we still value this hugely as we do, will not be there. And we actually have some basic needs, but I think that we are living really in a world that part of the world usually overconsumes. So these are values I know, but I think we do need to look at these values and behaviors. Even you have a very good policy or good government, make right decisions. If people is not really have a value that corresponds to these policies, it will not help. So my second view is really that we need to work on hard to make sure that we both working at the highest level on ethics, but also on the bottom level on individual values, and to challenge ourselves and challenge ourselves also in an ethical way. For example, we have to really think everybody is equal. Everybody is equal and equal, yeah. And we don't take this as granted, actually. We make a lot of statements assuming that not everybody is not equal. And so I think, so we still have a long way to go to really look at the values, the behavior, also the human behavior at the individual level. And I'm happy to see that even within IPCC, to which I'm a coordinating leader also, and also IPES, the biodiversity organization, IPCC-like organizations, have really taken up this behavior and value things in the discussions. But I think we need to do much more. And I hope also we see that happening in the negotiation, but I know it's very difficult. But this is really pessimistic if we don't think governments can agree. Governments can only start from their own national interest. Then that will be very difficult. So I think I'll stop here, looking for the discussions with all of you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. I see different worlds coming together here, which usually probably would not talk to each other or even want to understand each other. And I'm just seeing the development in science or in research from science has to be, it can't be normative, it needs to be descriptive. You can have a personal stand as a scientist. And in recent years and in the work which have been connected to with the Research Institute for Sustainability and Transdisciplinarity, there is an understanding or a statement where scientists more and more say, no, we have values, we have a certain standpoint, we are per se not objective, we are human beings. And I think this is a very hopeful development in research to admit to that. And I think this is happening in all sectors, also in politics. And of course, if I'm not, if I'm employed by someone who expects me to a position, to negotiate a position which is not my position, that's anyway, I think, very challenging situation. But where do you see the way forward to bring these different worlds of normativity together with the processes and systems which we have created, which are so split and divided from the personal or from an ethical standpoint?
Yeah, directly coming to the solution is maybe a bit quick, right? I would just like to maybe open up the floor for our discussion and put 3 questions that came into my head when you were speaking. So, Sikan, you are working in compliance, right? And I was thinking, isn't the very idea of compliance the absence of trust? If I need to force you to do things, it means I don't trust you that you will do it on your own behalf. So what is the ethical consideration then that we are implying when we are saying we want to force parties, companies, people to act in a sustainable way? Which kind of ethics are we then employing? And then for Sister Genti, my question was, you said that we all have a good heart and that this is sort of the starting point from where we should have these discussions and from where we should act. And I agree. I think everybody wants to be a good person. I don't think anybody on this world would like to see themselves as unethical. But I feel like, or I would like to hear your views on how can we prioritize certain values. And I would like to, I think the discussion around ethics has is in danger of going into the very abstract and to make it very concrete. All of your countries I could use as an example, but I would not. So I would use the country of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago is a Caribbean island, and they are of course highly vulnerable to effects of climate change. But at the same time, their economy largely depends on oil exports. So then when we talk about ethics, what is more important now? Is it to invest in climate or to save the livelihoods of already a country that is not rich, where the people are not living lavishly? So then which of these ethical considerations do we then take forward, and how do we do that with a good heart? And then for Professor Chen, my question would go in the similar direction. How do we make sure that if we are saying we want ethics to play a role in science, how do we prevent it from being politicized? I feel like a lot of the discussions around science, whether it's in contemporary news or even in this forum, has or derails when it becomes politicized. So how do we balance science and ethics in a way that we still keep everybody on board? These will be like questions, and maybe from there we could like continue the discussion. You don't have to answer, but these were at least in my head.
Can I already answer?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Please. It's open conversation amongst us now.
Yes. So the mention of these two words, compliance and ethics, would quickly put across a message of distrust. Because when you ask the question, why do we need compliance if we are ethical? And it sends the message across to the listener that there is a distrust and a suspicion between these two worlds. And what I want you to understand, that compliance in the climate solution space is actually in the context of targets, of objectives, and of goals. So we are not complying in a non-contextual space. The compliance is within the framework of a certain goal. So I put up a goal. For example, in the carbon market, we have requirements, the rules, the procedures, and modalities for a carbon project to be designed, to be developed, to be implemented, monitored, verified, validated, and issued. And therefore, if you're coming into the carbon market space as a participant, then you need to comply, and that's where the compliance comes in. So it comes in within the context of a framework, of a target, of an objective, or of a goal, and not outside of a void. So that is, I would answer your question that way, so that we don't miss this link of, or increase that suspicion and distrust between ethical considerations and compliance in the carbon market space. I have a last comment, and I will leave it until the other speakers would have made their comments.
There can always be short-term views and short-term goals, but there has to be also the long-term goal. And the long-term goal I'm thinking about is the future of civilization, the future of our planet, the future of humanity. And if I take only the consideration of economic development as the goal, then I'm going to miss out on the bigger picture and not be able to move in that direction. I know Trinidad and Tobago very well. I had gone there first in 1975, December, and spent a few weeks there, living there with local people and sharing ideas of meditation. And through the years, I've regularly visited there. And yes, I've seen it move from an island that was pretty comfortable and happy, and people had a vision of equality and dignity, and now it's become a very different state of chaos. And yes, I understand the value of money and the value of moving the economy forward also. But I think when I realize that there's something bigger at stake, then I can't say that I can justify fossil fuels. There are alternative fuels. There's renewable energies that have come a long way since the early days. It's very affordable. It's not as expensive as fossil fuels actually anymore. But also we need to have the will to be able to make that transition. And the transition and transformation that we mentioned earlier isn't going to happen just simply by quoting figures of the economy. It's going to happen through a change of awareness, a change of consciousness, and through that change, yes, transformation of my views, my perspective, and coming back to my original values, which are actually the same. And if I were to try and prioritize values, then I would say that the starting point is peace. The starting point of the Sustainable Development Goals is, again, peace. You start with peace, but in order to have peace, then you've got all these other things that you have to achieve. And without that, peace is impossible. But peace is the vision that we hold, that makes us do all of these other things so that we move in that direction. And so, yes, economic development is fine, but not at the expense of destroying our planet and life and humanity. So I think that there's a very strong case there. I happen to know Trinidad and Tobago, so it was good you gave that example.
Okay, very good question, Xiaomi, from you. And I try to answer about to avoid the science be taken or be politicized. So first, I would like to start with values because people who are doing science, they have values. They are individuals. Quite often, they have different background, politically and also culturally. So I think each and every scientist is kind of biased. So we have to. That's also I think there's maybe interesting point that even scientists have different values. So there is some subjectivity. But what we should strive at is the objectivity and universality of science, because we do believe there is only one truth. And how to do that? I think number one is that we have to really to make sure every scientist is aware of that and try to think about that all the times. And from institution side, we have to really support the principle of universality of science, which I'm very honored to be. I was lucky to be in the position to have done something in that area when I was executive director of International Science Council in Paris. One of our activities is really that, and to make sure that every scientist has a right, equal right, to do the science, and but also to strive at the objectivity of science. Even we do that, but it's difficult because different values, as I mentioned before. That's why I was thinking that a high-level ethics is very important to agree on. And for example, we mentioned some of this. Transparency is another one when we thought about this compliance and so on. Even we check or we do stock take, but it's not just we don't trust people, but we want to have this transparency that everybody is treated equally. To me, these are ethic principles. And how to do that on a larger scale? I think IPCC is a very good example. That the IPCC, so we talking about the trust, we probably cannot trust one single scientist, but we should trust IPCC because this is a group of people. It's also an interesting process. We do agree on many things, but sometimes we do have disagreement within IPCC. But we finally can, after many discussions, objective, scientific validations, and so on, we still can agree on many things. So I think that is the power of I hope that the negotiation also follows that pattern. Because with scientific community, I think relatively speaking, we have it easy to agree on certain issues because there is only science. There's also so-called peer pressure, because within scientific community, if you really want to take an unscientific way, then you'll be nobody will trust you anymore in science. But interested in politics, you can say whatever you want to say. You can do a lot of very unethical things. People still have to rely on you because you're powerful. So I know this is a difficult word. But for science, I think we should also try to follow the principle that we are policy relevant, but we should not be policy prescriptive. This is because I think this is exactly the IPCC's principle. Why is that? Is that we know that science is clear and also quite often have very clear conclusions. But in reality, when we implement some of the ideas from science, we have to respect there are many other considerations in society. We have to consider many other aspects. That's the job of the politicians. So I think we should not be politicized. We should use a group wisdom in science to help politicians to negotiate, to implement the ideas.
Thank you for giving that example that amongst you also don't agree several times, but you find a way to come together. What is maybe the base of which is able to bring you together, that you come to an agreement? Are these certain, you said the principles, ethics or values which are so fundamental, maybe, which has the power to bring you together, or is it just you have to get this report done and it's at a certain deadline?
No, I think, for example, I'll just give you one example. In terms of the selection of people who are writing the IPCC report, basically, principally, we say that we should choose the best scientists in the world. But we know that in certain continents, the science is behind other continents because of the capacity, history, and so on. But we still select people there. Why is that? Because we live in this universality. Also, we believe in the value of different knowledge system and the regional perspectives. So I think everybody in IPCC agrees. We still, need to have people from different continents, and although their science never.
And is it maybe, Jeremy, because a question to you, because we are talking on very different contexts here. I mean, the scientific, and you are very much we talked about a negotiation context where these values obviously are not so aligned, or there isn't a strong base. Do you see any possibility to translate a common ground into that field as well?
Yes, I think so, and thank you, Professor Chen, also for highlighting that. I would say that when we talk about ethics, there's a tendency to think about cultures, right? That my culture has different ethics or different values than yours, and that is true, but there's also a significant overlap, right? So if you, for example, take the value of motherhood, right? Mothers are seen and valued very similarly across a wide variety of cultures, right? So rather than focusing on different cultures and nations, I think what's interesting is to look at ethics of different kinds of actors in this space. So what are the ethics of a negotiator? What are the ethics of a minister? What are the ethics of the scientific community? And to find common bases across those levels, I think that will be more fruitful, because you have a shared experience together, you have a shared working surrounding together, right? And then to start from there, right? And I feel like a lot of negotiators here, actually, they have a very strong ethical ground, right? I think where it becomes difficult is when it comes to the political level, just because there's a lot more political complexities around there. So I think working on the political level, I think, is the most difficult. But also coming towards leadership, I think that's also where different grassroots communities, NGOs, they can then provide leadership to bring in those ethics, to bring in those considerations into their national context, which will then, of course, inform the kind of decisions that ministers around the world are taking, right? So I think if we want to bring ethics in, I think looking at it more, let's say, cross-professionally rather than on cultures, I think that will be definitely one step we could take.
Just a quick follow-up question on that, because you mentioned culture and the identification with it. So it's actually also an identification question. How do I see myself relating to what Sister Genti has said before myself?
Yes, so our research that we are currently conducting here is also going into that. So what is actually the we? Are people experiencing themselves more, like Sister Genti said, as we as humans are trying to do things, or we as in my negotiation delegation, my nation? And I do think there's a lot of difficulty around like creating these overlapping kinds of identities, because they are regional, they are local, they are cultural, and so I think creating the spaces to foster a bigger meaning of we and to harmonize the different conflicts around overlapping identities, I think that's a step for facilitators. That's a step for any kind of panel, any kind of space that we are operating here, is to create a common shared sense of purpose around the people that are in the room.
Thank you. Sikim, would you like to comment on that? And the mic.
Yeah. So my message is clear. We need to acknowledge ethics, and we also need to recognize the limit to what it can do in terms of transformational change. And that thinking is connected to the fact that the neglect of ethics, of values, of principles, we neglected it, and it has brought us to this point where we are. Rather than, we also need to promote ethics, but rather than promoting ethics in isolation, I would say let us promote ethics with responsibility. So we rather say we should be more responsible in the way we conduct our businesses, in the way we manage the affairs of governments, of climate change management and administration. So the word responsibility should go in tandem with ethics rather than having ethics as a standalone, because there is a limit. We need to acknowledge that there's a limit to what ethics can do when it comes to the solutions of climate change. The scale is steep.
May I jump in there? Just because I wanted to come to that in your first speech also. Is it that it's also about my relationship to ethics and how I understand values? Because the way you talk about it, it sounds to me like an instrument, or like an approach which I can use for something, and not a personal relationship to it.
It is not an instrument, and it goes back to what Jeremy said from the beginning. There are the power of multilateralism. There are conditions and situations in which we find ourselves that the instinct, the ethical instinct and considerations in us is being overwhelmed, perhaps by political considerations, perhaps by in a position where you have to do certain things in a certain way, and then you lose this connection and this guard. You lose your sense of it is not as an instrument. It should be part of us. But in terms of trying to find a solution to a complex topic like climate change, and then you are torn between using ethics, is it as an instrument or as an embedded trait of the human body in evolving the society. So in climate change, we have to be very clear. There is a limit to what ethical considerations can help in the transformation and in the solutions of climate change. We need engineering. She talked about renewable energies. Renewable energies are technologies. They are scientific way of approaching a system that has been damaged, not an ethical way of approaching things that has been damaged. So I think this is where we need to cross to keep that boundary between how much can we achieve with ethical considerations and how much can we achieve with real business, regulatory, scientific solutions.
We are coming to the final part, and I wonder if others have questions to each one of you on what we have discussed so far. Do you have questions to each other, or would you like to just further the conversation? And also, in the meanwhile, we got a few more people listening. If you would like to jump in, please feel free to do so.
I just want to make a statement about ethics further. And it feels as if where even 50 years ago, so in my younger days, I would see leaders behaving following a set code of conduct, principles, and there was an ethics. And say, for example, if it was known that things had gone astray, things had gone awry under their leadership, there would be resignation and they would resign. And today that's no longer the case. We even have situations where it's absolutely evident that the leader is not the person with ethics, is only considering money, and yet again and again that person gets elected. And so it feels as if the whole subject of ethics has become so diluted or so forgotten that we are in a world in which we no longer have those values being expressed or the ethics being followed. And so my understanding of all of this is that we've really lost track of our spiritual identity. And I'm sorry to be bringing back this again into the picture, but I really do think it is the, somebody said recently that the only way out of all our problems is to go in. And I think that that's true, that when we go on that inner journey and reconnect with our own original values, then we're going to, that transformation is going to actually lead to transformation within the general ethos of our society, the world at large, and you're going to find ways to make all of these things happen. Without that inner change, it's not possible to achieve any of these. Even one single aspect of the SDGs are not going to be achieved.
And I just want to bring in again what you said, Sikin, that when you questioned in the very beginning the power of ethics and values, and you said we do need instruments, maybe carbon in the carbon market, for example, or rules and that force people to do things in a certain way. But it hasn't been really successful either. People find a way around it if there isn't a shift on a deeper level. So how do we combine these different approaches, wanting the same? Yes, please.
So
Do you want to?
I try to say a few words about the peace, and it has been mentioned. Personally, I believe two things are important. Number one is really peace. And we really want to make sure we don't need to go to war. And this is something we quite easily forget, and we start again and again. And of course, you might be saying how we can do that. And also for the sustainable development. So I wish, I know this is really idealistic, but I wish we have a stronger UN. Because a lot of times we have only the national interest, the economic interest that is at play. Then you have this power issue, etc. So I really wish we can work on the value that we believe there is only one Earth. We need to have a stronger government instance to govern the international environment. The only candidate is the UN, I think. So that is my hope, but I know this is very difficult at this moment.
I would have a question to Sister Genti. So we are talking here we have the privilege of being here, and I think when we talk about ethics, one way or one key step is empathy, right? So my question to you would be in two scenarios. One, you are meeting the ministers of the different participating countries, arguably some of the most powerful people that will be here. So I imagine you are speaking to them about exactly this topic, and what would you advise them to do, given the fact that they have their constraints and their considerations. And in the second scenario, you are meeting somebody, let's say in a country, and they are struggling to feed their family, and they tell you, yeah, I work in a polluting industry because part of my core ethics is to feed my family. And I cannot stop this job because I cannot have other options. So how would you talk differently to a council of ministers and a workers' union of a oil factory in a developing country?
Okay, firstly, the ministers. I think I would say to the ministers, you must keep the larger picture in mind, because what is going to be happening to one country is not the consequence that we want, but it's going to be actually everything that's going to be involved. And so you have to find a way of conveying this message to your people so that it's not taken as something that's not viable, but they begin to understand that this is actually the only viable way forward. And in terms of the individual, I would say to the individual, yes, it's important for you to serve your family and take care of them, but it's also important for you to create a society of peace. Your family is not safe, your family is not secure unless there is peace in the world. And peace in the world is only going to come when we are following a code of conduct that is acceptable to all.
If I can ask a follow-up, like if I'm now in the position of that minister, I would say I totally agree with you. We need to have the bigger picture in mind. But what should I do now? Should I sign off to, if let's say I'm from Germany, should I sign off to I don't know 500 billion in climate financing? Should I sign that? Or should I sign something else? On all of these different topics, whether it's technology transfer, climate financing, loss and damage, adaptation, they are very concrete questions and very concrete decisions that need to be taken. So what would you advise them to do concretely? And same thing with the other person. Would you advise them to stay in the job or quit the job? I feel like, again, we are sort of drifting into abstract, but people need to make concrete choices.
I think it is possible for ministers to say that I have to support climate change in a positive way, so that then we're not taking the temperatures to the state that it's already reached, because within the next few years we're going to see more trouble. If you calculate how much money is already being spent in terms of repair work after a hurricane, it's running into billions and maybe even trillions. It's not in millions anymore. So I think that if you actually do the sums properly, you can justify supporting things that can help the climate rather than create more trouble. And yes, I would say to the person who's concerned about their family, if you follow the dictates of your conscience, there will always be something that you can do that's honest and yet also supportive of life.
I think it's a matter of trust also, which is coming up. Trust in what I would call truth, but truth is a word which is not very popular in certain areas. My inner truth, my inner sense of feeling. Let's have a closing comment from everyone. We are already in the end, but I think a minute is okay to have. And thank you very much for engaging in this conversation. We already had to take leave from Professor Chen, but you're still here, so hear from you.
Yes, so I started off by saying that ethics don't play a role in the realist perspective of international relations, where power governs everything. I do now see that, you know, implementing ethics in text and in conversations, trying to always push towards the boundary of ethics, I think that's the way to go, that everyone should exploit their space for action towards the maximum ethical behavior. And wherever that space is, whether it's here or whether it's in a different position, I think that's great. And for me, it always starts with empathy and understanding everybody's trying to do the ethical thing. It's just about which ethics are being prioritized right now. That is the challenge still for me.
Thank you. I appreciate the knowledge I have learned from the colleagues who spoke, but my message is very clear, that ethics should be taught in a code of conduct. It should be used more of a generational solution rather than a transformational solution, rather than a concrete activities. So we need concrete activities, finance, he mentioned, we need concrete activities with new technologies, we need concrete activities in taking concrete decisions. But even while doing this, we should also have at the back of our minds that we need to have ethical considerations. I would promote the word responsibility in tandem with ethics. Then I would say ethics would do everything. It can't do everything in the scale of damage that we are in climate change. The successes has been quite incremental, and we will be seeing successes as we go on. So I do appreciate your viewpoint, but we need to take concrete actions. Thank you.
I want to thank Jeremy for throwing the stone in the pond and making the ripples reach out and make everyone think. I appreciate that greatly. And from my side, I just like to say that deep in our hearts, we know that goodness always wins. Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenos días, señoras y señores. Muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros en esta mañana. Gracias por participar en este panel que se denomina Soluciones Comunitarias y Tecnológicas para una Transición Energética Justa, Realidades, Desafíos y Oportunidades desde la perspectiva del Corredor Seco Centroamericano. Un evento que traemos gracias a la coordinación de World Vision Latinoamérica y el Caribe y la organización Microsol. Me honra presentar el día de hoy a los panelistas que vamos a tener en este evento. Tenemos al señor Ministro de Energía y Minas de Guatemala, el señor Víctor Hugo Venegas. Y también tenemos al señor Joao Diniz, él es líder regional de World Vision para Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Quizás para iniciar, comentarles el hecho de que en el corredor seco centroamericano, que se extiende desde el sur de México hasta el norte de Panamá, tenemos una extensión territorial de 150,000 kilómetros cuadrados. Allí habitan 22 millones de personas, 70% de ellas en condiciones de pobreza. Ciertamente la presión sobre los recursos naturales es grande, no solamente para el uso de carácter comercial, pero fundamentalmente para el uso doméstico. Entre el año 2015 y el año 2022 se perdieron debido a la deforestación 3.7 millones de hectáreas. Esto debido a la tala de árboles para el uso de leña, para el uso de cocción de alimentos en uso doméstico. De tal manera que en las comunidades y desde las comunidades juntos se quiere proponer una forma de mitigar el efecto de estas prácticas y evidentemente hacer una transición justa en la matriz energética de los países centroamericanos. Hacerlo pasa por la reducción de la pobreza, hacerlo pasa por el cambio de las costumbres y prácticas tradicionales de las familias a lo largo de este importante territorio. Quisiera entonces iniciar presentando este video introductorio que nos muestra parte del el contexto que se da en este territorio.
El corredor seco es una región marcada por sequías prolongadas, pérdida de cosechas y falta de oportunidades. Aquí, la vida de las familias depende del clima. Y el clima está cambiando más rápido de lo que las comunidades pueden adaptarse. En esta región viven niños como Carlitos, cuya historia representa la de miles de hogares que luchan día a día por sobrevivir con escasos recursos, limitadas opciones energéticas y un entorno ambiental cada vez más degradado. En muchos hogares, el uso de leña es la única forma de cocinar y calentar los alimentos. Fogones abiertos bajo techo sin ventilación, humo que llena los hogares, ojos irritados, pulmones dañados, paredes ennegrecidas y un cielo que pierde árboles cada día. En Guatemala, miles de familias del corredor seco consumen más de 2 a 3 toneladas de leña al año, acelerando la deforestación, empeorando la calidad del aire y afectando directamente la salud de mujeres, niños y niñas. Esto no solo deteriora su salud, también agota los ingresos familiares y degrada el suelo, provocando un círculo de pobreza y vulnerabilidad. El humo negro de los fogones abiertos es equivalente a fumar cientos de cigarrillos al día. Las mujeres y los niños son quienes más horas pasan cerca del fuego. Y cada árbol que se corta para leña es un árbol menos para proteger el suelo, conservar el agua y asegurar el futuro. World Vision y Microsol trabajan juntos para impulsar soluciones reales que mejoran la salud y la vida de las familias. A través del trabajo comunitario fortalecemos la resiliencia climática, promovemos la educación ambiental y acompañamos a las comunidades en la adopción de tecnologías limpias. El programa Uchilnaj, gestionado por Microsol e implementado en Guatemala, ha transformado la vida de miles de personas gracias a hornillas mejoradas que reducen el humo dentro del hogar. Estas soluciones protegen la salud respiratoria y alivian la carga económica para las familias más vulnerables. Nuestro enfoque es simple: proteger la salud, cuidar los bosques y mejorar la calidad de vida de la niñez. En alianza con Microsol implementamos estufas ahorradoras que consumen menos leña, reducen drásticamente la exposición al humo y disminuyen las emisiones de CO2. El impacto: hogares libres de humo, niñas y niños más sanos, menos enfermedades respiratorias, menos deforestación y más tiempo para estudiar y trabajar. Una contribución real a los compromisos globales de mitigación climática. Estas tecnologías no solo reducen gases de efecto invernadero, mejoran la salud pública, alivian el gasto en leña y ayudan a conservar los bosques. Desde Guatemala llevamos la voz de Carlitos y de miles de familias del corredor seco. Creemos en la energía limpia, en las soluciones sostenibles y en alianzas que protegen la salud y el futuro de la niñez. Hoy, en esta COP30, reafirmamos nuestro compromiso, trabajar por un futuro donde cada familia respire aire limpio, donde los bosques sigan vivos y donde cada niño tenga la oportunidad de prosperar.
Bien, comentarles que además del señor ministro Ventura y además del señor Diniz, vamos a tener la participación virtual de Angelit Mesa. Ella es representante de sostenibilidad de la organización Microsol. Tal vez y después de escuchar de ver este video y conocer un poco de la realidad de cientos de miles de familias centroamericanas, quisiera tal vez empezar la conversación, señor ministro, preguntando cómo el gobierno de Guatemala está considerando el integrar el uso de tecnologías que reduzcan las emisiones y que además sean saludables para las familias dentro de sus contribuciones nacionalmente determinadas y los planes nacionales de desarrollo sostenible. ¿Cómo piensan integrar ustedes estas soluciones comunitarias en, ahora sí, el proyecto País?
Bueno, primero tal vez, muy buenos días y gracias por la invitación a este foro, estimada Michelle y queridos amigos que nos están escuchando en forma remota o aquí presencial. Primero mencionar que tenemos que tener dos visiones, la visión macro y la visión micro. En la visión macro creo yo que hay una sensación que Guatemala ha hecho bien las cosas, por ejemplo, en la producción de energía eléctrica, por lo menos el 66% es renovable y vamos hacia el 80% de producción de energía renovable. Obviamente, cuando hablamos de visión macro, hablamos también de incorporación de cantidades apreciables de energía, pero también estamos promoviendo, y las leyes así lo permiten, la inclusión de pequeñas generadores, o sea, techos solares a nivel directamente de familias que están conectadas a la red, o bien como una opción para seguir electrificando. Tenemos 400,000 familias que no tienen energía eléctrica en Guatemala, estamos extendiendo las redes. Se inició un programa de $120 millones con apoyo del BID y el gobierno de Corea. Estamos trabajando en una segunda operación de 250 millones. Nuestro Instituto de Electrificación está dedicando una buena cantidad de sus recursos también para extender las redes. O sea que estamos hablando de universalizar el acceso a la energía eléctrica, tanto por extensión de redes como también por lo que son soluciones individuales, microredes. Estamos también trabajando con la formación de capital humano, eso es muy importante, y acá ONGs como la de nuestro amigo Estefan, que nos apoya mucho, que está formando ingenieros e ingenieras, o sea, técnicos de alta capacidad para poder instalar y dar mantenimiento a instalaciones solares. Tenemos también un convenio con una ONG hindú que se llama Barefoot College, también para poder capacitar especialmente mujeres en este caso, para poder atender esas soluciones que se están promoviendo de energía individual solar. También estamos iniciando el año que viene con mezclas obligatorias de etanol en la gasolina. Vamos a empezar con el 10%. Brasil tiene más de 50 años utilizando el bioetanol, nosotros apenas estamos comenzando, y ahí vamos obviamente a bajar las emisiones. Estamos tomando medidas también para mejorar los estándares de la gasolina. El año entrante Guatemala empieza con gasolina, diésel de ultra bajo contenido de azufre de 15 partes por millón. Eso es muy importante. Estamos impulsando medidas de eficiencia energética, junto con los países del SICA, medidas en iluminación, en motores, en aire acondicionado. Creo que eso es muy importante. También apoyamos las medidas integracionistas porque pensamos que con la cooperación de los países vecinos, en el caso de integración en cooperación, como en el caso de los biocombustibles, Costa Rica y Panamá también están trabajando y coordinamos con ellos de tal manera de que así como hay un mercado eléctrico regional, pensamos que en el futuro haya un mercado de biocombustibles que va a ayudar mucho a nuestro país. Es transición justa precisamente porque vamos por el principio que nadie se quede atrás, vamos a universalizar el acceso a la energía eléctrica. El sueño del doctor Arévalo pues, era finalizar con el país 100% electrificado. Vamos trabajando sobre esa vía, creo que vamos a llegar muy cerca para que el siguiente gobierno lo complete.
Gracias, señor ministro. Señor Diniz, tal vez la pregunta sería, ¿cómo puede Centroamérica, pero particularmente el corredor seco centroamericano, donde sabemos que viven familias en condiciones de mucha necesidad, condiciones de pobreza? Decíamos que 7 de cada 10 familias en esa región de Centroamérica viven en condiciones de pobreza. ¿Cómo podemos avanzar hacia una transición energética que sea justa también para estas familias, que incorpore no solamente las particularidades, digamos, de las metas globales, pero también las realidades de la pobreza y la dependencia de la leña que se da en estas regiones? ¿Cómo se podría hacer?
Bueno, quisiera empezar saludando a todos y todas acá, los chicos que están ali, que participan de Guatemala. Me alegra mucho de ver que están aquí también Florecita, que vino con nosotros y estuvo en la primera semana y ahora ya regresó. Y para nosotros es una alegría porque Visión Mundial World Vision está en 15 países en América Latina y particularmente en Centroamérica, en esa región llamada Corredor Seco, ¿no? Estuve recién en Guatemala, un país bellísimo, con mucha cultura, riqueza, pero también de sus contrastes, igual que todos los países de Centroamérica. Y conforme el señor ministro habló, a partir de una visión macro para el país y no dejar a nadie para atrás, significa cómo debemos involucrar las comunidades. Parte de ese proceso de transición energética, porque cuando en Centroamérica, y ahí no es solo Guatemala, los países, las familias de más bajos recursos, más vulnerables, usan la leña, hay un impacto ambiental, pero hay un impacto económico y hay un impacto social en la salud. Yo estuve, no sé si voy a pronunciar bien el nombre, en Yopocapa, visitando essas comunidades, ¿no? E aí se vê as famílias e o tema de uso dessa lenha. Com essa tecnologia que com microsolo hemos estado trabalhando, que são as estufas mais eficientes, já são 5.000 em famílias que já se adoptaram essas estufas em Guatemala. Nós outros estamos em Guatemala em 364 comunidades, trabalhando diretamente com a comunidade. Então, eu creio que, para responder a pergunta que Michelle nos hace, primeiro é que a comunidade não é só beneficiária, ela tem que ser um ator importante em esta política país da municipalidade que há que construir, há que estar involucrado. Segundo, mirar alternativas que sim melhorem essa eficiência. Obviamente, com a estufa todavia se usa a lenha, pero em menor quantidade. E eu visitei uma casa onde já não se via humo dentro da casa. Isso melhorou a saúde dos niños, niñas, das mulheres. As mulheres já não tinham que caminhar tanto para lograr a lenha, porque a quantidade era menos. E eu estava dizendo a Michelle, muitos anos atrás, em Brasil, eu venho de uma região também semiárida de Brasil, que se usa muita lenha, e tivemos um projeto com um instituto de investigação, onde eles estavam estudando el hibiscus, que é a flor de Jamaica, que a raiz tem um poder energético muito mais do que a lenha comum, é quase 10 vezes mais, e de que isso pode melhorar aún mais a eficiência. Então, esta tecnologia que usamos, aplicada a uma regeneração que vocês viram, natural, que é manejado pelos próprios agricultores e agricultoras, permite restaurar essas áreas. Senhor ministro, esse tema da regeneração natural, o World Vision usou em África e em Nigéria, onde por 20 anos se começou a ser. E hoje, desde o satélite, se vê a transformação verde que houve nessa área. E isso estamos usando já em América Latina, aqui na Amazônia, estamos usando, pero em Centroamérica, Honduras e Guatemala, já há 150 mil hectares que são regenerados ou protegidos usando isso. Então, eu diria que, Michel, considerar que a comunidade é parte da solução, pero, además de isso, dá as condições, a tecnologia, o senhor ministro mencionou a tecnologia solar. Eu visitei um país afuera de nossa região, em África, onde o tema solar, as famílias tinham, com pequenas placas, acesso à luz em sua casa, pequeno refrigerador para conservar os alimentos e hasta para negócios, porque a tecnologia hoje é muito acessível e o que necessitamos é buscar que ele esteja disponível e assim ninguém será deixado para trás. Essa é a prioridade que o World Vision, sempre trabalhando em associo. Temos muita cooperação com o governo de Guatemala a nível de municipalidade, governo federal, como também de las comunidades, ¿no?, que atuamos.
Gracias, señor Diniz. Quisiera ahora plantear una pregunta a la persona que va, a la colega de Microsol, Angelit Mesa, que es encargada de sostenibilidad de Microsol. La pregunta que tengo para ella es, ¿qué impacto concreto ha tenido la aplicación de las estufas mejoradas en la salud, en la reducción de las emisiones y en la calidad de vida de las comunidades? Tal vez si nos ayudan con el segundo video, donde estaría la respuesta de la representante de Microsol para que podamos proyectarlo.
Un saludo a todos, mi nombre es Angelit Mesa de la empresa social Microsol. Nos hubiera encantado poder estar con ustedes el día de hoy, pero lamentablemente ya no nos encontramos en la COP, así que estamos a través de este video. Queremos solamente agradecer el espacio que estamos teniendo con nuestros colegas de World Vision, con el Módulo de Emisiones y comunidades vulnerables al cambio climático. Parte de la apuesta nuestra no es solamente trabajar con reducción de emisiones y con comunidades, sino poder empoderar la resiliencia contra la lucha del cambio climático. Quisiera poder compartir con ustedes el día de hoy dos de nuestros programas. Tenemos el programa de Coriconcha, que es Casas Doradas, ubicado en el territorio peruano. Quisiera compartir con ustedes algunos datos para poder ser más específico del rol que Microsol tiene del trabajo de reducción de emisiones. Hemos logrado reducir entre 2.846.159 toneladas de dióxido de carbono a través de la instalación de 134.000 cocinas mejoradas en el Perú. Esto ha ocurrido en más de 14 años de trayectoria. Hemos beneficiado a más de 600.000 personas con estos proyectos. Muchas familias rurales han podido tener acceso a tecnología limpia a lo largo de estos años y la calidad de vida ha podido incrementarse. Por otro lado, y la razón por la cual también estamos compartiendo en este panel nuestra experiencia es a través del programa Utsinash en el corredor seco. Utsinash en maya significa casa saludable. Lo desarrollamos en las zonas rurales del corredor seco de Guatemala, Honduras y de México. Específicamente en Guatemala estamos presentes en 40 comunidades de 16 municipios: Chimaltenango, Chiquimula, Huachetenango, Quetzaltenango, Quiché, Zacatepeques y Chiquimula. Hemos instalado más de 20.000 estufas mejoradas alrededor de Guatemala y de las cuales más de 3.000 son certificadas. Hemos reducido emisiones por encima de las 200.000 toneladas de dióxido de carbono equivalente y hemos alcanzado alrededor de 40.000 reducidas. Hemos beneficiado a más de 110.000 personas en los 3 países donde está nuestro programa de Utsinash y tenemos alrededor de 5.700 niños que han sido beneficiados con el programa y 7.200 mujeres que están siendo también beneficiadas con el SINASH. Algo que nos gustaría compartir con ustedes es que nuestros programas sean certificación de varias de las ODS estipuladas por las Naciones Unidas. Específicamente en Guatemala estamos hablando de la ODS 1 y 7, en donde tenemos más de 3.400 usuarios beneficiados en Guatemala por acceso a energía limpia y accesible. La ODS 3, entre 99% y 100% de hogares reportan menos tos, menos enfermedades respiratorias. La ODS 4, hasta el 100% de niños y niñas afirman tener mucho más tiempo para poder estudiar y asistir a clases. La ODS 13, en Guatemala, es la certificación de más de 40.000 toneladas de óxido de carbono equivalente reducida. La ODS 15, más de 2.200 toneladas de leña ahorradas en los años de duración del proyecto. Y la ODS 16, con el 100% de las familias se confirman haber aprobado voluntariamente la instalación de las cocinas en sus hogares. Creemos que es importante seguir apostando por proyectos de este tipo en el corredor seco, no solamente por el escalamiento de los programas y por la certificación de las ODS, sino porque siguen siendo programas de mitigación completamente relevantes en el territorio latinoamericano, específicamente en el corredor seco y claramente en la región andina, que incluye también al Perú.
Agradecerle a Angelique Mesa de Microsol.
Algo que nos gustaría compartir es por qué sigue siendo relevante a niveles de...
Listo, gracias. Gracias, Angelique, por esa respuesta amplia del efecto, ahora sí, de triple utilidad que ha tenido la aplicación de esta tecnología desde lo ambiental, desde lo económico para las familias y también desde lo social con efectos positivos en la salud para las familias. Señor ministro, nos gustaría ahora tal vez conversar un poco en este nuevo ciclo y en el marco de las actualizaciones de sus contribuciones nacionalmente determinadas. ¿Cómo ven ustedes la ambición de avanzar en una transición justa que sea inclusiva, que integre evidentemente las realidades de las familias, que como las que se describían en este video, lo de las que hablaba Joao y Denise, integre también el beneficio para estas familias sabiendo que sus condiciones en este momento no tienen acceso a electricidad, aunque esa es una y muy válida ambición del gobierno de Guatemala? ¿Cómo ven ustedes la integración de estas capas de la población del corredor seco centroamericano para poder contribuir a sus metas?
Sí, bueno, mencionaba yo el tema de la meta de universalización del acceso a la energía eléctrica como algo fundamental por el impacto que tiene la electricidad en todos los ODS, reducción de la pobreza, en educación, en salud principalmente, eso es fundamental. Luego el tema, tener muy claro lo que es macro y lo que es micro, y en lo que es micro acá vemos algo que yo no mencioné, pero el gobierno de Guatemala a través del Instituto de Electrificación está presente todos los meses con las familias que consumen electricidad, dando un aporte a la tarifa social, que si uno lo suma a lo largo de los años, de más de 25 años, van casi 20.000 millones de quetzales que el gobierno de Guatemala ha transferido. En el momento en que esté universalizada la electricidad, ese beneficio va a llegar casi a toda la población. Eso es muy importante. Luego el otro tema, el tema del corredor seco y unas falencias en Guatemala que se están superando. En Guatemala lamentablemente no tenemos un marco jurídico para el agua. Yo creo que hay un liderazgo impresionante e importante de nuestra ministra, nuestra colega Patricia Orantes, y se está conformando ya la propuesta de la nueva ley, una nueva propuesta de ley de aguas que esperamos que ahora sí finalmente sea discutida y aprobada en el Congreso. Hay todo un plan de acción. En ese plan de acción, la propuesta que nosotros hicimos claramente es primero identificar todos los municipios que tienen estrés hídrico. Obviamente el corredor seco va a quedar ahí. Para el corredor seco hay que hacer un plan energético especial, que asegure el acceso a tecnologías modernas y limpias de cocción como las que ustedes están haciendo y efectivamente poder garantizar que en esos municipios se logre el 100% de acceso a electricidad y a energías modernas, combustibles modernos, que creo yo que sería una meta muy importante para los ODS. Esto lo estamos trabajando muy de cerca con, como mencioné, el Ministerio del Medio Ambiente y otro ministerio que es el Ministerio de Desarrollo en Guatemala. Gracias.
Gracias, señor ministro. Ahora usted hablaba del estrés hídrico que afecta a tantísimas familias centroamericanas y esto me permite introducir, Joao, una tecnología o más bien una metodología que World Vision ha estado utilizando durante años, que ha sido la regeneración natural gestionada por los agricultores. Explícanos un poco cómo World Vision quiere contribuir a la transición energética justa, no solamente a través de la introducción de tecnologías como la solar y las estufas, pero además a través de la regeneración de los ecosistemas que han sufrido precisamente por las prácticas de corta, acarreo de leña para cocción y para otras prácticas familiares.
Foi muito importante o que o senhor ministro mencionou sobre o tema de água. Água é a base para a promoção de desenvolvimento sustentável em las comunidades, não? E justamente aqui, durante a COP30, nós em outro painel, compartimos uma iniciativa em toda a América Latina chamada Aquanexos, onde, em assócio com uma fundação espanhola, We All Water, que estava aqui também, estamos lançando de que permitir trabalhar para que as comunidades tenham acesso à água limpa, pero água que permite esse desenvolvimento. Também recente eu estive em Honduras visitando e estive em la municipalidade de San Juan de Tubicá, creo que esse é o nome. Foi o primeiro município de Honduras que com o trabalho conjunto nós outros, com a comunidade, a municipalidade e todos, logrou 100% de acesso à água potável e hoje em Honduras já são 16 municipalidades. O World Vision hizo esse trabalho em Ruanda e 100% do país hoje tem acesso a água limpa potável. Então, o tema de água, estou muito de acordo com o senhor ministro, que é clave. Associado a isso, porque todo o tema de desenvolvimento sustentável para as famílias requer uma integração das ações. E o outro, obviamente, é esta regeneração dos ambientes. Há muitas áreas degradadas e não sendo usadas produtivamente em nossos países de América Latina, e isso é verdade no corredor seco. Primeiro, como ajudar as famílias a cambio cultural. Em meu país, como eu digo, aún tem a prática de queimar para plantar. E isso se destrói muito o ambiente porque libera os nutrientes de maneira imediata, pero depois se perde, não? E já há práticas sustentáveis. Então, o que o World Vision ha estado trabalhando com este programa, ou esse modelo chamado FMNR, que é a regeneração natural manejada por agricultores, é um sistema muito sencillo, de muito baixo custo, onde cada família pode começar a implantar essas práticas e em pouco tempo se vê a regeneração natural que dá em seu ambiente. Como eu disse, isto em África, que condições muito mais precárias, temos milhões de hectares hoje que estão recuperados, regenerados. E é o que estamos já trabalhando. Primeiro, há todo trabalho de treinamento das comunidades com a tecnologia, com a técnica, que é sencilla. E o que estamos buscando também, senhor ministro, é que desde os donantes internacionais puedan financiar essas práticas locais com o tema de água, com o tema de regeneração. A regeneração por hectare é estimado de $4 por hectare. É muito baixo custo. Claro que isso buscando uma escala, não? Então, o que queremos também como compromisso de América Latina, o corredor seco, a Amazônia, é de que os donantes de los países, principalmente desenvolvidos, se comprometam a invertir esses recursos em países como Guatemala, e com isso logramos apoiar as comunidades a ter acesso à água, a generar seus recursos naturais e a também buscar a ter práticas e tecnologias que dão um ambiente mais saudável para os niños e niñas principalmente, ¿no?
Gracias, Joao. Quisiera ahora nuevamente introducir a Angelit, que nos va a hablar más que todo sobre qué impactos tiene desde la perspectiva de salud para las familias la utilización de tecnologías de cocción mejorada.
Algo que nos gustaría compartir es por qué sigue siendo relevante a niveles de datos este tipo de programas en Guatemala. Y quisiera también permitirme compartir datos con el panel y con la gente que nos acompaña el día de hoy. Sigue existiendo una altísima dependencia del uso de leña en Guatemala, con más del 54% de los hogares usándola. Estamos hablando a través del censo del 2018 de 1.78 millones. Esto evidencia que hay una necesidad de cocción limpia. Es necesaria, es fundamental y sigue siendo una problemática en el territorio de Latinoamérica. Hay una baja penetración de tecnología limpia en los hogares de comunidades indígenas. Estos programas van a permitir el acceso y van a permitir la mitigación y la reducción de gases contaminantes. Existen parámetros técnicos favorables para este tipo de programas y su escalamiento a través del territorio nacional y territorio latinoamericano en general. La certificación de la reducción de emisiones nos permite no solamente proyectos sostenibles en el largo plazo, sino una rentabilidad que permite realmente un escalamiento de soluciones climáticas a problemáticas existentes. Hay una posibilidad de que este tipo de proyectos puedan realmente tener un impacto positivo medible, cuantitativa y cualitativamente. Lo que hacemos nosotros como certificadores de carbono no solamente es medir el impacto en el campo, sino que tener una medición de realmente el triple impacto social, ambiental y sobre todo económico en las familias con programas como los de Utsinash. La transición energética justa no es solamente una apuesta, es una necesidad y es un compromiso que con nosotros como Microsol, junto con nuestros socios y nuestro aliado estratégico como World Vision, creemos que es una apuesta que no debe parar. Este panel es una invitación no solamente a poder continuar apostando con programas que puedan apoyar a la resiliencia del cambio climático y la lucha contra el mismo, sino el empoderamiento de comunidades, de niñez, de mujeres en zonas de vulnerabilidad altísima. Microsol, World Vision y estoy segura que también nuestros aliados en este panel van a apostar por una lucha constante y completamente relevante para la región latinoamericana. Les agradezco muchísimo, nos hubiera encantado poder estar ahí con ustedes, pero sabemos de que esto va para más. Así que muchas gracias y un saludo hacia todos.
Señor ministro, tal vez si hablamos ahora de los desafíos para poder llevar adelante una transición energética justa de base comunitaria, desde la perspectiva del financiamiento y desde la perspectiva de Guatemala, ¿cuáles serían los desafíos para poder llevar adelante esto y que haya entonces una contribución, sí, de distintos sectores de la economía, pero también a través de una transformación que se dé desde las comunidades? ¿Cómo hacer llegar recursos para hacer valer y ahora sí hacer realidad este proceso?
Sí, bueno, mire, lo más importante es que como gobierno y como ministerio debemos de tener una muy clara fotografía del país, un primer vistazo que nos diga cómo están los 340 municipios del país. Eso es fundamental. Cuando usted ve y se va a encontrar diferencias abismales en los 340 municipios, obviamente pienso yo que el principio de que nadie se quede atrás debe ser lo fundamental y asegurarnos de que los 340 municipios de esos identificar posiblemente el 20% de esos municipios de menor desarrollo y asegurarnos de que en todas las dimensiones logren llegar a la media nacional. En el caso energético, obviamente lo fundamental que yo les mencionaba, electrificación universal y acceso a combustibles modernos de cocción. Eso es fundamental en lo cual estamos trabajando, no solamente desde la perspectiva de gobierno, sino también desde las comunidades. O sea, desde ese punto de vista, nosotros ahorita en la nueva política energética que estamos formulando, la estamos socializando en todas las regiones del país. Precisamente nosotros tenemos pendiente la socialización con las 4 grandes etnias, que con eso finalizaríamos el ciclo, de tal manera de tener una plena retroalimentación y poder asegurar que esas diferencias, esas inequidades se reduzcan fundamentalmente dentro de lo que nos compete en el tema energético, es decir, la brecha de pobreza energética se reduzca efectivamente en los 2 aspectos que le mencionaba: acceso a la electricidad, energía eléctrica asequible y acceso a combustibles y tecnologías limpias para cocción de alimentos.
Gracias, señor ministro. Joao, ¿nos podría explicar un poco cuáles son las ambiciones que tiene una organización de desarrollo humanitaria como lo es World Vision en cuanto a la transformación energética de comunidades como las del Corredor Seco? ¿A dónde se quiere llegar? ¿Qué socios, en este caso, son los que se requieren para poder tener esa transformación efectiva?
Sí. Bueno, primero, alguien puede preguntar a una organización que trabaja con niños, que está haciendo un panel que está hablando de transición energética, pero el señor ministro habló sobre la electricidad y cómo se contribuye para los ODS de bajar la pobreza, el tema del hambre, bienestar, y también, bueno, yo soy de Brasil y la tarifa social ha hecho un impacto para acceso a las poblaciones más vulnerables, y por eso creo que es una política muy importante que el gobierno de Guatemala también, conforme el señor ministro mencionó, permite, porque de alguna manera esta desigualdad y vulnerabilidad que tenemos en nuestras comunidades, en el corredor seco de Centroamérica, es fundamental de que las medidas al nivel macro contemplen. Ese es un primer aspecto. Entonces, por eso tener las voces de los adolescentes y jóvenes ayuda de que al nivel de las políticas y programas del país se escuche sus necesidades, ¿no? Entonces, ese es un aspecto clave, y hemos visto cómo aquí hemos tenido los jóvenes de Guatemala, yo mencioné Florecita, los 2 chicos que están allí, porque es importante que sean escuchados, ¿no? El otro aspecto es que la propia comunidad vea, identifique sus necesidades y de qué manera esas acciones permiten que se vaya promoviendo ese desarrollo sostenible, ¿no? Y dando pasos concretos hacia a esto, a de que tengas un ambiente más seguro y menos desigual. Entonces, es fundamental de que las comunidades son parte de ese aspecto. Pero una organización como nosotros, que estamos en todo el corredor seco y actuando, como yo digo, en 364 comunidades de Guatemala, un papel que tenemos es llamar la atención de los países, en mi caso de América Latina, para decir, sí hay necesidad, porque muchas veces se ven nuestros países ya con un nivel de desarrollo más alto, pero mi líder global, él vino a visitar América Latina y dijo, la desigualdad esconde la pobreza de esta región. Y así es, porque hay todavía mucha pobreza y vulnerabilidad. Y cómo utilizando esos nuevos mecanismos de financiación, como el Fondo Verde de Clima, como el créditos de carbono y tantas otras nuevas modalidades, atraímos esto para la región en una escala de que esses donantes e inversionistas se interessam por nossos países. Então, aqui, como parte da delegação de World Vision, tuvimos pessoas de várias partes do mundo, incluso de países desenvolvidos, como Austrália, como Europa e outros, e nossa prioridade é posicionar e lograr as acreditações, já estamos nisso, para que World Vision pueda, desde aí, atrair esses recursos. E em América Latina são 2 iniciativas que temos, a Nação Amazônica, que é essa região, pero la outra é o Corredor Seco. Esta integração centro-americana, que já é uma realidade em muitos casos, e que nós também estamos promovendo com os projetos, nos permite ganhar uma escala, e isso permite atrair os donantes e apoiadores financeiros para essas iniciativas comunitárias. Então, há desafios, pero eu creio que nossa região tem um potencial muito grande, porque há muitas soluções que já estão sendo implementadas, que involucram a comunidade, as mulheres, os niños e niñas, e o que se requer é essa escala. Quando logramos a nos conectar, logramos a escala e isso permite a ter apoio como o Banco Centro-Americano. Tuvimos reuniões há um rato com o presidente do Banco Centro-Americano de Integração Econômica, o BID, que se interessa e financia projetos nossos em el Corredor Seco. Então, como de alguma maneira demonstrar que a região, o Corredor Seco, tem essas necessidades, mas tem uma capacidade, tem o compromisso, tem a mobilização que pode atrair esses donantes a apoiar nossas inversões na região, ¿no?
Gracias, Joao. Señor ministro, ¿hay alguna estimación de el monto que se requiere para poder tener una transición energética comprensiva como la que usted decía, de poder extender la electrificación para toda la población en Guatemala, pero también el poder integrar ahora sí prácticas que vinculen a las comunidades más vulnerables con tecnologías alternativas? ¿Hay alguna estimación económica? Y nuevamente, ¿qué contactos se han dado para efectos de poder permear estos recursos de manera que lleguen a las comunidades?
Sí, la estimación pensamos que ronda por el orden de 1.200 millones de dólares. Solamente en la parte de energía eléctrica son por lo menos 950 millones de dólares. Ahí obviamente uno habla, oye, qué cifra tan grande. No, es que la energía no solo es extensión de redes, es abrir la transmisión, el transporte, las subestaciones. Fíjese, por ejemplo, que cuando hablamos de seguridad energética, no es lo mismo que estemos en la ciudad capital o que estemos en un municipio. O sea, en la ciudad capital posiblemente al final del año tendríamos 3 horas sin energía eléctrica, pero puede ser que en municipios, en pequeñas aldeas, pueden ser quizá totalizando todo el año cortes que pueden tomar hasta 15 días o más, o una calidad muy baja. Eso se quiere resolver. Y nuevamente luego para todo el tema de lo que es acceso a combustibles sostenibles, mejorar la cadena de distribución de los combustibles sostenibles, ahí vendría los otros montos que estábamos mencionando. O sea, es alrededor de 1.200 millones de dólares, una inversión que tendrá que hacerse en los próximos 8 o 10 años. Hablemos de una inversión de 100 millones de dólares anuales por lo mínimo sostenible durante los próximos 10 años.
Y en ese sentido esperamos el hecho de que organizaciones de distinta naturaleza, en este caso World Vision, Microsol, junto con el Ministerio de Energía que usted representa, podamos también contribuir en este caso a poder llevar el beneficio también directamente a las comunidades más vulnerables. Quisiera abrir ahora sí el espacio para preguntas, si tuvieran alguna consulta de parte del público. ¿No? Bien, si no tenemos más consultas, agradecerle. Adelante.
Hola, buenos días, soy Ailén, periodista de la agencia EFE. Quería profundizar en esto de la necesidad de empoderar a las comunidades. ¿Cuáles son las herramientas educativas que se llevan a cabo con las comunidades, más allá de las cuestiones más técnicas o tecnológicas? ¿Cuáles son las herramientas educativas que se llevan a cabo para que las comunidades entiendan qué hace mal, entiendan que sus problemas de salud son producto de esto y entiendan que tienen que cuidarlo y preservar de alguna manera ese sistema, e incluso ir un poco a más y exigir a los políticos nuevas soluciones? Gracias.
Bueno, primero creo yo que lo fundamental es mejorar la comunicación con las comunidades. O sea, yo platico temas de Guatemala que ustedes quizás no conocen, pero el Ministerio de Energía de Guatemala es el ministerio más pequeño. Y cuando hacemos cuenta, llegamos a la conclusión de que el 80% o quizá más va dedicado a los temas macros. La gente que se dedica a toda la cadena de suministro de combustible, la gente que se dedica a todo lo que es la cadena eléctrica, pero las energías tradicionales le estamos dedicando muy poco. Ese es uno de los grandes desafíos que tenemos. Por ejemplo, como ministerio, apenas el año pasado logramos abrir 2 sedes regionales, una en Occidente y otra en las Verapaces. Debemos de incrementarlas para tener comunicación con los comités de desarrollo y efectivamente mantener programas cada vez más efectivos sobre todos los aspectos que tienen que ver con la energía, incluyendo las tecnologías de cocción de alimentos. Yo quisiera, para finalizar, referirme que dentro de lo que hablamos de inequidades energéticas y en general inequidades que se dan en el país, el gran esfuerzo que está haciendo el gobierno del presidente Arévalo para el esfuerzo que nadie se quede atrás y para incluir a todos los sectores dentro del gobierno, incluyendo los aspectos de equidad de género. Nuestro ministerio cuenta con 3 viceministros, uno dedicado al área de combustibles, otro al área de electricidad y otro al área de desarrollo sostenible. Y bueno, pues fue mucho gusto incorporar como nuestro viceministerio de desarrollo sostenible a un líder indígena de un grupo que se denomina los 48 cantones. Es el licenciado Luis Pacheco, que apoyó mucho la transición democrática en nuestro país, pero lamentablemente fuerzas oscuras que tienen cooptado un poder judicial lo acusaron de terrorismo y nuestro viceministro está preso hoy. Quien tenía que estar acá en esta silla hoy representando al ministerio era nuestro viceministro Luis Pacheco. Dado que él no pudo venir, estoy yo acá y hago esa denuncia y ese llamado para que ojalá que en esta COP se levante la voz para que tenga un juicio y un derecho a defensa justo nuestro viceministro Luis Pacheco, que estaba haciendo un excelente trabajo en los aspectos de desarrollo sostenible energético. Gracias.
Gracias, señor ministro.
Y quizá, Aileen, para también contestar tu pregunta, el modelo de trabajo de Visión Mundial siempre es un trabajo de empoderamiento comunitario donde se busca desde el inicio con la comunidad de que ella pueda primero identificar cuáles son los grandes desafíos que tiene la comunidad. Entonces, a partir de un diagnóstico inicial que se hace con la participación comunitaria, se busca de que a comunidad empiece primero a identificar sus necesidades, sus problemas, pero también a su potencial y de que cómo se puede organizar. Entonces, el fortalecimiento de la organización comunitaria. Hecho eso, otro aspecto clave es entender las políticas y programas que hay en el país. Y cuando hablo de las comunidades, hay muchos comités que son de mujeres, porque elas estão aí, elas entendem os problemas e esses comitês permitem que elas empiecem a discutir e a proponer soluções. Há também a juventude, há redes de jovens adolescentes e jovens em el corredor seco em Guatemala, Honduras. Por isso temos jovens como Florecitas e tantos, porque entendem e podem chegar ao nível da municipalidade, que é o primeiro nível de diálogo, para entender quais são as prioridades que a municipalidade está estabelecendo e de que maneira isso beneficia ou não minha comunidade, não? E de aí como posso fazer a incidência. E conectando também outros atores locais, que seja a igreja, que tem um papel clave em todo o nosso continente. A igreja tem uma presença muito forte, mas também o setor privado, porque o setor privado participa e pode apoiar esse desenvolvimento local, incluso na transição energética, é fundamental. Então, esse modelo integrado, pero tendo a comunidade empoderada como sócio clave e ajudando a que possam desenvolver suas habilidades, treinar, como se maneja, como se analisa um pressuposto municipal, como se revisa uma política pública que está. Isso ajuda a comunidade a sentir que pode participar desses espaços. Então, em essas 364 comunidades que trabalhamos em Guatemala, todo esse trabalho ha sido hecho porque sempre buscamos uma presença de largo prazo. Em geral, nos quedamos apoiando e não somos os protagonistas são a comunidade. Nos quedamos por 10, 15 anos em uma comunidade, apoiando hasta que podamos ver efectivamente uma transformação e os niños e niñas são beneficiados. E só terminando, Michelle, o tema da desnutrição todavia é um grande desafio em Guatemala. Nossa oficina em Guatemala está poniendo que para os próximos anos, hasta 2030, de que já não haya mais desnutrição econômicos, não, que se puede ser sostenibles, como trabalhar a saúde, a nutrição de los niños e niñas de maneira adequada e não sei se a palavra é comida chatarra, não sei, chatarra. Estou aprendendo meu espanhol. Como que isso permite ter uma nutrição usando os recursos naturais. Por isso temos uma campanha em todo o mundo chamado Suficiente. Há suficientes recursos para que podamos combater essa desnutrição. Pero também já é suficiente no sentido de já não mais, não? De que niños e niñas não tenham uma nutrição adequada.
Muchísimas gracias, Joao. Bueno, finalizando este panel, tal vez recordando algunos datos que son de relevancia, y es que justamente a partir de un estudio realizado por World Vision, se veía que únicamente un 58% de los planes climáticos a nivel nacional participan a los niños, a las niñas y a las comunidades en su construcción e implementación. De tal manera que aquí aplaudimos la apertura y la disponibilidad del Ministerio de Recursos Naturales y Ambiente de Guatemala, de Microsol, de World Vision como tal, de buscar conjuntamente los recursos para efectos de hacer valer ahora sí todo un proceso de transición energética inclusiva que integre a las comunidades y que por supuesto contribuya a reducir la pobreza y mejorar las condiciones de vida de las poblaciones. Muchísimas gracias al señor Ministro de Energía, el señor Víctor Hugo Ventura, gracias también al señor Joao Diniz, líder regional de World Vision en Latinoamérica, a Angelit Mesa de Microsol que nos acompañaba de manera virtual. Gracias a ustedes, un fuerte aplauso para terminar este evento. Gracias. Yo tengo la guía de manera virtual, entonces se la puedo dar acá.
I think we're going to get started already. In the interest of time, we did hope to get a few audience that is probably still stuck in this room or the other room, either owing to negotiations or otherwise. But to kick us off, I mean, here we are here to talk about the implications of carbon border adjustment mechanism as proposed by the EU. In particular, wanting to hear more from the developing countries in terms of the context and how this is also interpreted within, you know, the fluctuating geopolitical dynamics. So we see this as really, you know, a question that needs a little bit of expansion in how it's asked, particularly by the developing countries, and also needs a little bit more context in terms of how it's responded to, in particular from the EU. So here, I mean, amongst others, our objectives are to really share the lessons in terms of how the various member countries, particularly from the developing South, have been able to approach this, facilitate a balanced, but at the same time constructive feedback session, really, you know, debating on the implications, and also highlight the opportunities for South-South collaboration. So we're going to hear from India, Indonesia. We're going to also take an African lens and take a quick deep dive to South Africa as well. Whilst at the same time then emphasizing really the role of the Global North in terms of supporting industrial decarbonization of the Global South. So that's really the core of our objectives, and that's what we're going to sit here today and talk about. I think the way the session has been set up, it had to look at a panel approach, but I think we can almost consider this to be a round table. So I'd ask that when our panelists move to their comfortable chairs, we also just move a little bit closer to the front so that we are able to hear each other better and have a much more concise roundtable discussion. We'll first hear from Mr. Mkhuthazi Steleki, who will set the scene for us, followed by the panel discussion, where we'll really pose a few questions, and we'll also take inputs from the audience in terms of you know, their perspectives, their areas of clarity from the panel members, and then we'll take it close from there. So hoping we can wrap this up exactly on time at 13:15. Mr. Mkhuthazi Steleki, let me welcome you on stage. Mkhuthazi leads SA's negotiation on carbon markets and is a seasoned negotiator and economist within the UNFCCC space. So Mr. Steleki, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I don't know whether to stand or to take a seat, but I think it will do me good if I sit. And yeah, I think I've been introduced already, but I think on CBAM, it's one of the key, you know, areas of focus and of concern, especially to developing country economies. I recall that over the last 2 months, I think we went twice, if not 3 times, to Cabinet, at least in South Africa, to explain the impacts. So positioning this particular question, we know that it does not only affect South Africa, EU, UK, as well as any other jurisdiction that, you know, introduces carbon border adjustment mechanism within its space. Whilst it may be having its own, you know, rational basis for that, we equally are concerned with impacts, especially from developing countries, not just South Africa. Now for today, I think it's important for us to therefore position what CBAM is. It's a carbon border adjustment mechanism. We view it as a response measure that is unilaterally introduced by whichever one particular jurisdiction, which could have either economic motives that underlie that could have environmental motives underlying that. But there are also perceptions in terms of, you know, is this a protective, kind of a measure, respective to the internal industries within that particular jurisdiction. There is also that particular perceptions. So in positioning CBAM, we know that most of our raw or semi-processed, kind of products, given the nature of emissions that are embedded or carried within those products, will carry a levy as soon as that hits that particular jurisdiction. So that's how we can position CBAM. I won't be academic about it, but I trust that you see the main anchors that lie within the scope of conceptual aspects related to CBAM. A levy will be imposed given the intensity of carbon emissions that are involved in the generation of those, products. And then moving on, the next main aspect relates to the impacts of CBAM. The structural composition and setup of many a developing country is such that it's grounded on raw minerals, it's energy intensive, and this owes partly to partly historical, dimensions to this, because previously, most of these, especially if you look into Africa as an example, most of our countries were under colonial regimes, and a particular economic setup and design, mostly intersected either the energy, consumption. The industries were largely, energy industries that partly relied either on coal and other fossil fuels to generate, energy and so forth. Most of the sectors, even when you look into the microeconomic dimension within the economic structure, you will realize that most of those sectors are concentrated into either exporting raw products, semi-processed products, agricultural products. For instance, you take South Africa, 90% of the exports from South Africa, or 80%, are mostly carbon-intensive, kind of products. When you look into the export basket, you can pull up the data sets for the past 30 years. This is just but one example. I'm sure you'll find the same case with other such like economies, like Zimbabwe, amongst others, Zambia, and various others, including outside of the Africa region. So that's important. Why are we focusing on the economic structure? We are focusing on that because the kind of the coverage that is pronounced under CBAM, whether you look from the EU CBAM or you look from the UK CBAM, the key products that are prioritized, and I'm glad the EU colleague is here, he'll speak at length on that, but primarily iron and steel, aluminium amongst others, cement in addition in the case of, UK. There's hydrogen as well, because there's various other hydrogen standards that are introduced to determine how the kind of emissions carried in generating, hydrogen. So it's part of those aspects that are, or products that are covered. So when you tie to the economic structure and the expectation of having to transition, becomes one other concern. The second element on the impacts relates to the social aspects, in the sense that when you look in many of these economies, they are plagued either by low economic growth, by high unemployment, inequality, poverty aspects. The key question is, will CBAM or the different kind of, CBAM mechanisms that are to be introduced and are underway and are due for further advancement from even next year, you ask yourself, will this help in reducing unemployment that we are faced with? Because some of these sectors have a significant contribution to the gross economic GDP, gross domestic products, of these economies. Any sudden, changes, either from the CBAM dimension have a bearing on the sensitivities on those economies to be able to carry and sustain employment and contribute more to the GDP. So one of the major aspects, whilst it's economic, it has social imperatives to it, right? Especially in the light that some of our economies in developing countries are faced with fiscal, challenges. We do not have sufficient, fiscal muscle to be able to meet, including the social programs. Now, once you've got an escalation in these other social dimensions that may have been exerted from the CBAM dimension with a consequence. So we are likely to have, a worse off kind of a situation. Thirdly, we can cite distortionary, impacts in relation to trade. We have established, supply chain lines, through exports to some of these jurisdictions. We've got, in the case of South Africa, we've got EU as one of the major trading partners. Yes, we could be evolving with the likes of others like China and so forth, but historically, EU has been amongst those, US and all of that. Now, the distortions come in this context that if there are competitiveness issues, whereupon the products become more expensive due to the levies imposed from CBAM, the consequence is that we may not be able to export more of that, and we may have to open new markets. Opening new markets is not a 6 months exercise or a 1 year exercise. To open new markets and penetrate into those markets take a longer duration of time, but also we depend on the extent of demand within those respective, markets and so forth. So that's one other, challenge. So there could be distortionary impacts due to CBAM. The focus should be most on the panelists. Let me sum up then, before I abuse most of your time, to say that what is missing in the context of CBAM are the critical foundations that are spoken of largely in this setting, like your common but differentiated responsibilities. Are we transferring the burden to developing countries? Question mark. Hopefully the panelists will reflect more on that, right? Are we promoting equity? I leave these as questions, but there's a lot of reflections on that. But I believe, and I hope the panelists will reflect more in depth on this, those pieces, is this just? Is this fair? Does it emanate from the multilateral, properly negotiated, kind of a setup? Like, for instance, we have Article 6 of the carbon markets, which has multilaterally agreed rules under this regime, right? You've got under ICAO, the COSIA scheme, carbon offsetting and emissions reduction scheme. You've got under IMO, the recently adopted, kind of an outcome that talk to some of these measures that are multilaterally agreed. Then inside the room, we've got colleagues who are talking about, this kind of a response measure, which is CBAM, right? Then there's justice, dimensions, which I've already mentioned. So we need to evaluate as well whether this is a multilaterally, acceptable, kind of a measure. And where does it leave the NDCs? Because as parties, we commit through this process, through the nationally determined contributions, right? Then you impose CBAM as any one jurisdiction to developing countries. Will they have sufficient time to transition their export basket? And it's not just that export basket. There are other spillover effects to various other sectors, to the wider or broader economy for that matter. So where will this leave the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions that we have committed upon? I leave most of these as questions, but My responsibility here was to set the scene, to provoke, the thoughts of the, participants and so forth. I think the panelists or the colleagues in the round table can project better reflections than I can do. Thank you very much for your audience, and thanks for the opportunity. Back to you.
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Stelegi. I think you've really set the scene, and I like that you've provided, a well-grounded, but at the same time broader view, not only, domesticated to Africa or South Africa in particular, but looking at the broader global South in question, but also the developing markets really in the main, and posing some significant questions also to the members in the global South as well. So thank you very much for that. Panelists, you heard the questions. They potentially will come through after you've answered my first few questions. But before we do that, let me welcome you on the stage. And like I said, colleagues, I think it will be great if we could have an almost round table like engagement so that we keep feeding on each other. So I'll call on the stage Mr. Bifente Hutado Rua, the head of unit at DG for Taxation and Customs. Please join me here, sir. I'll also call on Mr. Devin Pillay, the Executive Manager for Institutional Support in the Presidential Climate Commission, focusing on just transition financing and climate finance broadly. We'll also call on Dr. Harry Wadana, the Postdoctoral Research Fellow and Economist at the Institute for International Trade in the School of Economics and Public Policy. And then we're also going to call on Dr. Vaibhav Chatveri from the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, which is really a think tank and a policy research institution in India. Last but not least, we're going to call on Mr. Kutakwashe Manjonjo, our neighbor in South Africa, Siakmugela Baba. Yes, who will give us an African perspective from the Power Shift Africa, really giving us a perspective on where they concern themselves in issues of inclusive just financing for Africa at large. This is our panelist colleagues, and obviously we'll continue the conversation as guided by Mr. Stelegi's remarks around the CPM question. I'm going to skip straight to you, Bifete, and ask the question, could you really walk us through the primary policy objective and economic reasoning that led to the development of the border carbon adjustments? Furthermore, what processes were established really from a consultative point of view? We heard Mr. Stelegi speaking the point about multilateralism, but also avoiding the unilateral measures. I'll just ask the mic down there to please come up here. Really to guide us, particularly with engagements with trading partners, especially those in the global South, during the formative stage of the policy. Did you engage on any of these, and what really led to this? Thank you very much. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much for the possibility to be here today and explain maybe better the CBAN, the goals. I mean, I was listening very carefully to what Mr. Steleki said. I hope that I will be able to convey at least the main messages of what we are doing, and also, and I think what is more important, how we can engage and how we can support, in particular LDCs, developing countries, through this green transition, which I think is what is key for all of us. I mean, very quickly, because we don't have much time to go into all the details, but just to explain, and I think that's an important point, that the European Union has been a pioneer in terms of carbon pricing with the EU emission trading system. As you know, we have had it in place for more than 10 years. We are already in phase 4, and of course there will be another review next year. It's been very successful in driving down emissions in the main, of course, emitting sectors, those which are basically the energy-intensive sectors. You mentioned, for example, steel and aluminum, but also cement, fertilizers, and it's not by chance that these are also part of the CBAM. What I can tell you is that CBAM is an environmental measure which is mirroring this emission trading system, and what I can tell you as well is that also puts a lot of pressure. The introduction of the CBAM puts a lot of pressure also on the EU producers because they will have to even decarbonize faster than expected. The Commission, I mean the European Union, has engaged to a 2050 carbon neutrality. Just before coming to COP here to Belém, we agreed on our target of 90% reduction emissions by 2040. And as you can imagine, of course, that means that there will be a lot of pressure also in the EU industry to decarbonize. You possibly know that in the emission, the EU ETS, there are some free allowances which are given to the sectors over that period. With the introduction of CBAM, what we are doing is accelerating the phase out of those free allowances. By the way, the free allowances will be also recognized for the imported goods. And what we are intending, and now I come to the point on the CBAM, of course, is first we put pressure on the EU industry to decarbonize by removing these free allowances. And at the same time, we make sure that we apply the same rules to the goods which are sold on the EU territory, whether imported, produced in any country, or whether they are produced in the European Union. You mentioned fairness. I mean, it's a question also of fairness and justice in the sense that we treat all goods, irrespective of who is the producer, we treat them in the same way. Of course, now I understand that the introduction of the measure may have some impacts on some countries, and in particular on developing and on LDCs. That's something that, of course, we are aware of that. I can tell you that we are analyzing this now. Next week, there will be a review report of the transitional period, because as you know, we are finalizing this transitional period at the end of December of this year. For the moment, there are no financial obligations with the CBAM. They will start next year, and you will see in this review report what is the magnitude of the impact, in particular during the first years on those countries. You will be surprised. I mean, we are also analyzing, for example, in terms of revenues. I can tell you that the level of revenues will be very, very, very low. We are not doing this to introduce or to get revenues from third countries in order to decarbonize the EU industry. We are far from there. We are doing this because we really want to push for decarbonization. But we are aware, and I will come to your second question, we are aware, of course, that this may have an impact on trade. And we can see that. I mean, we can see two impacts for the moment. As I said, there are no financial obligations yet, so it's early to say what the impacts will be. But what I can tell you is that there have been two positive impacts. On one hand, we can see that companies are engaging in decarbonization. Importers in the EU are more and more interested in buying cleaner goods, not only for the CBAM, also because they want to show that in their supply chain and in their life cycle production, they are able to produce as green as possible. But of course, that will have an impact in terms of trade, because those companies which are decarbonizing faster will be rewarded under the CBAM and will have more chances to trade, of course, with the EU companies. And the second effect is on carbon pricing. I mean, we can see that since we announced the introduction of CBAM, many countries are introducing an ETS or a carbon tax, or even those who have a carbon tax or an ETS, they are increasing the value, the carbon price. Take the example of South Africa. I mean, I was in Pretoria in Johannesburg last February. It was a good occasion to engage with many interlocutors or stakeholders, including steel makers, but also some of the ministries, like the Trade Ministry, the Finance Ministry, which is responsible for the carbon tax. And we heard about the plans to increase, of course, carbon taxation. It's a double win-win. It's a win-win, it's a double gain. If you introduce carbon price, first, you will be able to reduce your own emissions, which is positive for you, positive for the world. You will reduce the impact of CBAM on your exports, and at the same time, you will be collecting the revenues for yourselves. So consider about that. I mean, I think that's one of the, of course, of the objectives that we want to achieve. We've been engaging in a transitional period, and I will finish with that. We've been engaging, of course, at multilateral level, for example, in the Climate Club, OECD, Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches, but also at the WTO. United Nations, of course, like here in the COPs, but also in bilateral. I mentioned I was in South Africa, but I have been in India, I have been in Egypt. I mean, I have been in many countries, not in China. I didn't have the possibility, but my colleagues were in China, Japan, South Korea, and now here in Brazil. I mean, I think that we know who are the main impacted countries, in particular, of course, our neighboring. I can tell you that LDCs and developing countries are not so much impacted with the measure because they are not so much intensive in exporting those goods. There are some exceptions. Maybe take the example of Mozambique. I mean, we can also discuss about this. And what we are trying to do is in bilateral also conversations. We are trying to analyze the specific case. We are trying to see how we can help you, how we can help you understand the CBAM, and also how to better prepare for the CBAM. Final point, we start in 26 with financial obligations, but still the introduction will be mild and gradual because of what I said before about the free allowances. The free allowances the first years will be reduced very, very slowly. It will only be from 2030 until 2034, where really the impacts will be felt. That gives us the occasion, the possibility to engage with you in order to help you to adapt and in order to better understand also the impacts of CBAM. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought I should give Fernand a bit of time really to give us perspective and a little bit of depth in terms of where this comes from and if there is any support to potential member states that will be impacted by this measure. I mean, you've already heard that for now, we are still in transition phase, so not so much is happening at this point. And we do anticipate the review report, which will essentially give us a sense of the impact at the same time as also helping us prepare even better, especially the developing world. The Global South has had the call around the EU CBAM measures, and in fact, January 2026 is the starting lineup will be set there. So, Mr. Devon, Dr. Harry, Dr. Vaibhava, Mr. Manjonjo, I'm going to ask you the same question, and I'm going to give you 5 minutes each. Please help yourself to some water if you need to. Have you in your country conducted a formal sector by sector? You had the visitation with the steel industry or the steel association in South Africa. You had the impacts to the agriculture sector. So those are some of the sector by sector assessments of their vulnerability to CBAM. Have you done something like that? And based on that, where should the focus lie over the next 3 to 5 years, as we are hearing also in terms of the phasing in of some of these measures associated to CBAM? Where do you see the 5 years or 3 to 5 years trajectory looking like to protect your economic competitiveness in the global space, whilst at the same time advancing the climate goals? Can I start with you, Mr. Pillay?
Thanks, facilitator. Thanks to me. And it's quite interesting and very encouraging to hear what Pacense has spoken through about the review. It allows certain spaces for organizations, companies, economy to transition. In terms of the review, I trust you'll be looking at this from an economic perspective and purely a trade perspective. But at times you need to look at other dynamics. So South Africa is a fairly new democracy. Our economy is fairly mature, fairly efficient, but it has only served a very small part of the population historically. And as we start to grow this out, I think this is where we find significant challenges. Understanding that the developing economies had many years to develop and to meet the needs of their population. So understanding that context, South Africa has massive unemployment. We're looking at about 33%. Youth unemployment around 60%. And these are some of the chronic challenges we're dealing with. Poverty is deep, really deep in the country. So imposing something like CBAM right now only serves to push us further into social ills and social challenges. Now, I mean, there's been a number of studies done in South Africa around the impacts of CBAM. Just to flag a few sectors, I think if we look at the steel sector, we would have iron and steel, you'll see a 30% drop, a 30% drop in exports. In the chemical sector, it's around 8.7%. In the aluminium sector, it's about 10%. And cement, it's around 44%. So what this actually translates to from a social perspective is a massive decrease in jobs. And some of the job losses we're envisaging is about 100,000 jobs in the auto sector. In the chemical sector, a staggering 167,000 jobs. In the steel sector, 190,000 jobs. Cement, 35,000 jobs. So as you, and one of the critical things you must understand about South Africa is that for every worker, there are about 4 to 10 people that rely on that income, depending which sector you're working in. So you have the impact reaching up to 5 million people in the country. Now that's the challenge that we are trying to deal with. And how do we respond to this within the context of us responding to our historic socioeconomic conditions? So it's a kind of a double burden. And the double burden is being imposed upon us in a very short period of time. We've done the 2015 Paris Agreement. In 2022, we did our climate finance, Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. 2022, we've also done our Just Transition Framework. And we've just started to produce our NDCs and looking at how do we reduce our carbon footprint. So this has economic impact. As your NDCs has an economic impact in every single sector. So you need to have resources to respond to your NDC targets. Now with all of that, we still now need to respond to CBAM. So I think that's where the significant challenge comes in. I mean, in terms of the second question you raised to me, there's a number of interventions we can make. One is carbon pricing, and that's come through very strongly. To impose a carbon tax in South Africa, in order to...
1 minute.
Sorry?
1 minute.
In order to... Oh, gosh. Yeah. Impose a carbon tax. But the challenge with that is many of the South African companies would need to be exposed to that. And there's already resistance to that right now because they themselves need to transition. The second is scaling up renewable energy. We've just released our IRP, which speaks about putting 79 gigawatts by 2042 on the grid. Now, resources are required for that as well, right? I mean, from the carbon border adjustment, from the carbon pricing, we can engage in a number of activities. One of those would be putting together an M&E system, a verification system, developing the MEV systems so that companies themselves can monitor the carbon footprint. You can also look at exploiting the new minerals. Sorry, just 2 minutes. And you basically look at, industrial switching of fuel. Yeah. So in your hard-to-abate sectors, that needs to happen. So hydrogen is one of those sectors, but that's like a 10-year plan.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Mr. Pillay. Can we move to you, Dr. Wadana? I mean, has Indonesia done this sector-by-sector assessment? And how does it look like in terms of your priorities over the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah. Thank you very much. So, yeah, probably I just need to clarify first. So I'm based in Australia, so I'm a researcher in Australia. I'm originally from Indonesia, so, but today I'm gonna probably try to share the perspective from Indonesia and the research that's done by leading think tank in Indonesia that works a lot with government. So it's not government-led analysis, but it's think tank that works a lot with CSIS Indonesia, which also works a lot, I think, with the EU institutions as well. And yeah, to compare, Australia is actually one of the jurisdictions that actually consider its own border carbon adjustment as well. So I got a couple of different angles to this. The research done by the CSIS, it's using the hybrid CGE modeling with GTAP and the social accounting metrics. So I'm just gonna highlight a couple of the key results here. So the macro, based on this analysis, the macro impacts to Indonesian economy is relatively small. because a number of reasons, mostly because of the trade exposure is quite small. So for example, if we talk about iron and steel, so the exports of iron and steel to EU is only 3.8% of our total iron and steel exports. So to China, for example, 67%. So to the EU is only 3.8%. So less than 5%. So the exposure is relatively very small. And based on this analysis, the GDP effect is essentially zero. But there is welfare cost about, in dollar value, it's about $36 million. So where does this come from? From the higher price and lower cost, lower output in the CBAM export sectors. So what are these sectoral focus, sectoral impacts? So in the sectoral impacts, even though the macro level it's small, but the sectoral level it has some bites. So in the chemical sector, it has a decline of minus 0.39%, and in the ferrous metals, 0.1%, and in the mineral products is 0.2%. And in terms of like the spillovers, so we can look at it from the negative spillovers to other industries. So to grain crops and processed food that use a lot of fertilizers, so there is negative spillovers. But also there is positive reallocation to auto industry. Indonesia also produce like components, like auto components, not really like big downstream value chains, but Indonesia contributes a little bit in the auto industry. So that reflects also Indonesia's comparative advantage. Now in terms of the emissions, Indonesia, obviously, I think there is a very good point from Mr. Vicente about the impact on incentivizing the other jurisdictions to actually try to discuss the possibility of the domestic carbon price. Indonesia has tried it. It's really minuscule and it's not really impactful at this stage, and it's already limited in the power sector. But Indonesia just also released a new industry on the economic value of carbon. That is a pathway for actual domestic carbon price. So in terms of, I guess to summarize, in terms of the policy implication, at the macro level, it doesn't look really substantive at the macro level, but it has some actual bites at the margin in the ferrous metals and its linked value chains. Now, if I can add probably a little bit from Indonesian perspective, because I'm with the Institute for International Trade, so we work a lot on trade policies and trade agreements. So I guess the pathway for the next 3-5 years or even like further, it's actually the cooperations. And for the experience, the way as a researcher, the way I observe it in terms of like the trade cooperation, in this particular context is the Indonesia-EU CEPA, Indonesia-EU CEPA, so the just signed trade agreement between Indonesia and EU. So that takes a long time. So that's 9 years of negotiation, 19 rounds of negotiations with 2 high-stakes WTO litigations. So this is just to give us cooperation takes time, and this takes 9 years with a lot of issues, a lot of heated conversations between the presidents, the former presidents, with the EU, the European Commissions, and so on and so forth. But in this new FTA, it's actually there is a pathway for bilateral dialogue, bilateral mechanism.
Yeah.
So that doesn't unfortunately, that doesn't cover CBAM discussion in this FTA, but it does highlight, for example, the protocol for palm oil. So if there is this kind of mechanism, there should be some pathway of like the capacity building, the MRV, for further cooperation under this mechanism. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for that. We indeed heard from Mr. Stelegi. It doesn't take 6 months or a year to transition markets. and you've just attested to that through the SIPA mechanism with 19 rounds of intensive negotiations. So thank you very much for that perspective. Dr. Chatvedi, I'm returning back to you now, really on the same question. Have you done an assessment in India, sector by sector assessment that is, and what are your top 3 priorities that you are looking at over the next 3 to 5 years? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I think it's a very interesting and topical discussion. And I'll start by, before answering this particular question about sector by sector, of course there are assessments. And what comes out, the steel and aluminum are probably the biggest sectors for India where it is worried about. But I think we should just take a step back and look at the larger debate. And I think it's very interesting that the question is not really about this, but like EU CBAM and these a couple of sectors being exposed. What it does is it opens a gate. And the expectation is, and what is we are already seeing in many countries are having their own versions of CBAM. So it has opened the floodgate. And that's what the expectation is. And so that is one axis, many new countries opening their own CBAM kind of structures. The second axis is India and many other developing countries are looking to, enhance their exports. So traditionally, for example, India has not really been a big exporter, but tremendous efforts are happening in India in the last 5 years to enhance exports in a big way, just to, spur economy. So now when you're looking at the current status of CBAM, I mean, I think the way Indians are looking at is not at all about this current status of CBAM and which 2 sectors are impacted is now not the case at all. We are looking at a future which is medium to long-term future. And in that context, when you have many other countries opening this and then it kind of has a tussle with this whole desire to export a lot more, it's a very different situation, right? And that's what the real tussle is about. And that's what under COP, as you could see, the unilateral measure being a big issue is arising out of not the near-term impacts for a couple of sectors. It's a much larger game that is probably unfolding in front of us. Just to share some insights, we recently did a study, the working paper is already out, where we talked to 16 Indian stakeholders, both industry and academics, no policymakers by design, both because they are a lot more vested into this issue. So more people who are looking at through the side, more academics and industry guys. About this, like what are their perspectives on the unfolding CBAM debate? And 4 things came out as the big themes, in this particular discourse in India. So the first was that to become ready, India should have its own carbon price. Carbon price, whether it is form of emission trading scheme, whichever way it is, so have its own carbon price measures, just to be better prepared, because many countries are thinking about their own version of CBAM. Now, that's very interesting because it's not just India. Now, it's probably an unintended effect of EU CBAM. So many countries around the world now also are thinking about their own ETSs or their own carbon taxes. And a lot of it is motivated by the CBAM discussion. So I don't know if the European colleagues thought about it earlier, but this clearly unfolding it this way, that many countries are already thinking about their own systems, which also came in our study clearly, that be ready, we have our own carbon price architecture. The second was about the MRV structure, the infrastructure for monitoring, reporting and verification. It's extremely painful. It's very complicated. And we must understand the capacities in many of these countries are maybe not so strong. So it's a very different ball game we are trying to play. Even under Paris, we have entered the transparency phase. But that's a different kind of transparency, the data needs and all. What is needed for reporting to CBAM, the report, it's a very, very extensive. So the second big theme came up was about, what do we do with this MRV? Like, how do we get better prepared for it? So that was the second big theme that came out. Third theme that came out was about MSMEs, the micro, medium and small enterprises. And their exposure, because that's where a lot of job intensity is. And even though we understand that the new package by the European Union, which kind of excludes a lot of MSMEs, but the MSMEs that are supplying to big producers, which are exporting, they are going to be, indirectly, that's what our understanding is, they are going to be indirectly included in this whole process. So what do we do? And there are millions of such MSMEs actually, which route through the larger producers. So there is a very big, challenge related to MSMEs. That was the third theme. And the fourth very interesting theme that came out was about fairness and equity. This whole that, I mean, the moment I think the first thing I heard was the carbon price in Europe should be equal to that in Africa and India. The first thing that jumps to me, well, I don't need to do any analysis, sounds inequitable. You know, the sound of it is inequitable. You don't need to think twice about it at all. You know, so that is the case. And so that was also a big theme that came out about notion of fairness and equity, which is very evidently not there at all through the CMAM. So that's how you could say at least the Indian stakeholder thinking about it. And I want to just end with the implications. So these are two very interesting implications of these four themes. First three themes collectively are essentially saying that let's be better prepared, right? So this whole question of domestic carbon pricing architecture, MRV structures, as well as capacity building of MSMEs, they're collectively telling us to be better prepared, which means there is an implicit assumption that whether we like it or not, it is going to happen. So let's be better prepared. So those are three things. The fourth one is a very different direction. It is like, you know, the equity and trust issue, fairness issue. It simply says, fight it. So one big theme tells us be prepared for it. The second big theme tells us, well, fight it out. And that's what the fight you are seeing in the COP platform and many other platforms probably. In fact, what my reading is, we will probably see a trade retaliation, which is the ultimate measure of fight. Let us be prepared for a trade retaliation. It could come in many different ways. It could come in India's own CBAM on EU, whatever way. So the two things, be better prepared, because it's probably going to happen, but don't give up and retaliate the hardest. So we are going to see that unfolding, you know. Very interesting.
Yes, no, very interesting concept on the retaliation part. So we're hearing that a lot more other jurisdictions are considering putting their own CBAM measures, obviously thinking through their own carbon pricing architectures, as you've indicated, South Africa's carbon tax system, whether being phased up or being ramped up from an implementation point of view. We heard from Mr. Pillay earlier on about the steel sector, which is not so much impacted in Indonesia, but it is very much so the case for aluminium in India. So those are very interesting, you know, connecting dots that we are picking up in this conversation. But we now want to take, you know, a very broader, should I say, African context perspective, where potentially most of your imports are coming from. Let's hear from, you know, the African side, especially from a just transition point of view. We had the question of fairness and equity, you know, from a trading point of view. We had the impact on the sectors. Is this, you know, a just transition measure, the way you are looking at it, especially from Power Shift Africa? Can we hear from you, Mr. Kutakwashe?
Thank you so much for that. I think, first of all, thank you for these great conversations. It's always good to get different perspectives. And thank you, Vincent, for telling me about this review report. I'd have loved it 2 weeks before COP, because the last 2 weeks of my life have literally been about unilateral trade measures, but we take what we can get. But I think it's important that we should start from that point. At least from the African point of view, when we do think about how CBAM is affecting us, think about it from a carrot and stick approach, right? Is CBAM a carrot or a stick? And I think it's quite obvious for specific countries, it's a big stick. And I think, Vincent, you mentioned Mozambique. I'm thinking of Gambia. I'm thinking about historically the steel sector in South Africa and Zimbabwe, which have historically been focused on exporting to Europe. And that's the question that we have on the continent when it comes to it. People are not necessarily against the idea of a carbon tax, and I think that's important. Of course, when our leaders do speak about it, they speak about it from a very strong point of view of saying that there is no fairness in this because we're not part of the process. But people understand that we do need to reduce the amount of emissions that we have. But then in the African context, it comes back to the fact only 4% of emissions come from the continent. So all things considered, if we stopped all emissions from the African continent, we'll still be burning too much for the world and the globe. And that's where the hurt comes from. And I think that emotive word is very important, where the stick does not even realize that it will actually not be to the advantage of Africa to be implemented or to be suffering from CBAM as they are currently seeing it. So the question becomes, what's the carrot? And I think that's what's important for these carbon tax architecture that we are seeing. I think at least with Europe and what they've been trying to do with South Africa with the JETP, this was something that was seen as a potential. There was a pledge of about $10 billion at COP28 in Dubai that was specifically focused on Mpumalanga with the coal industry. We're seeing this also in Senegal, but that money has not come. Only 300 million has come, I think, if my figures are correct, in South Africa. So the question then becomes, we need the financing to support us with our renewable energy industry to at least ensure that we are transitioning away from coal or gas, be it in Mozambique. We're not getting the financing, but we're being punished for still having the only option that is on the ground. So the question then becomes, how do we increase the carrot, strengthen the carrot? And I think that's important. The phasing approach, I think, is extremely important. Understanding, and I'm hoping, of course we'll see in the review, but I'm extremely hoping that the phasing does allow a longer time period, especially because the countries on the continent have historically not been big emitters. This is to then say, this is not giving them a justification to carry on with coal and gas. That's not the idea. But a phasing approach will allow for the transition from those emission-based, carbon-intensive energy systems and start attracting investment that focuses on renewable energy. We're seeing in Namibia the big talks about the green hydrogen project. One of the reasons that it seems seemingly not working under the new Namibian government is they're questioning if the investment is going to come in time before CBAM comes. You know, these are very real conversations we're having with African governments when we try play the middle ground. So I think it's important for us to see that it's the carrot that's really going to get support for carbon taxes across the globe, especially from developing countries. If that carrot is not there, we'll also look for our own stick. And I think you spoke about retaliations. What can Africa retaliate with this issue? Mineral deals will not be with Europe, they will be with China and India. And I think this is a very strong political message that's currently happening. And I think I'll stop there for now.
No, thank you very much. Those are really, really punchy perspectives. And Ambassador, you've heard yourself, you know, from the African perspective, really what the issue is. Where is the carrot? It's more the sweetest part of the deal than really the stick that will only deal with, what, 4% of the emissions on the globe? These are really, you know, the conversations and the level of debate that we wanted to surface. It seems India is part of the benefiting basket together with China. Colleagues, please do join me in welcoming Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Matthias Fromeri, Sweden's Climate Ambassador and Head of Delegation to the UNFCCC. Mr. Ambassador, I thought you would want to hear as well you know, what our audience has to ask to the panelists. It's a pity you missed Mr. Mkhutazi's Steleke's perspectives, but certainly, yes, definitely you would have met in the negotiation corridors. So let me leave you with that. But maybe to just welcome you into the discussion and to from the floor. There are significant concerns that the border carbon adjustment mechanisms could impact the economic growth and industrial development of emerging economies, and that you've heard from Mr. Pillay, who really spoke about some of the sectors in South Africa especially that are largely impacted with 90%, well, 90,000 jobs to be lost in the iron and steel sector. ArcelorMittal actually just shred 3,000 jobs as of the 30th of September. So this is a couple of months ahead into the January deadline. But really, from your perspective, how can the mechanism be designed to complement, to not only prevent hindrance, but also actively support just an equitable low transition in the global south against the perspectives from the African side?
Thanks so sorry, I'm losing my voice already, but thanks so much for the invitation. Great to be here. Sorry I was late. But maybe just a couple of reflections, you know, both, as you said, having heard the conversations in the negotiations, but also picking up on a couple of elements here. I mean, I think, firstly, we hope to see that, you know, the conversations that we're having here and will be progressing in terms of just being a space for sharing these kind of views. And I think it's, you know, from a Swedish and an EU perspective, we fully share, you know, or fully understand the kind of concerns which are being put forward. And that is why we want to engage. That is also, you know, looking at from the negotiations perspective, why we also opened that space at COP29, within the so-called response measures forum to have this kind of conversation on these various types of elements, including then the CBAM. So, I mean, we hope to see that being able to be taken forward and maybe not sort of be so adversarial as we've been seeing again at this COP and as it was in Bonn also this summer, but rather using that space, which we all agreed to open within the response measures forum to have that kind of conversation. And we might not agree to sort of how we should be designing these policies. I don't think that's up to us in the UNFCCC, but of course, the kind of concerns which various countries are putting forward is good feedback for us in the EU, but also, of course, for others in terms of when designing these kind of measures. And I guess that brings me to a second point. You know, from an EU perspective, we designed the CBAM as part of our so-called Fit for 55 package. In order for the EU to be, I see the audience leading me. I hope it's not because of what I'm saying.
Not at
no,
all.
we designed the CBAM as part of our Fit for 55 package in order to reduce our emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And we did so because we see that for European companies, for example, on steel and cement, as two of the sectors being part of CBAM, their production costs are higher because of EU pricing measures we chose. I mean, when we speak to Swedish business carbon pricing level, others did build that kind of policy environment. Which also will help to speed up the transition in other countries. And maybe just as a final point, you know, when we speak to countries bilaterally, you know, picking up your point on the carrot, this is, I mean, most countries would see this as a carrot. They see that this is also an incentive for them to accelerate deployment of various types of policies, which would in turn, you know, create demand for low carbon steel and cement, for example. So hopefully, you know, the conversations we're having here are not really, or that's at least how I see it, the conversations we're having here are not really reflecting, you know, reality on the ground and the real economic of the transition itself.
Yeah, so maybe we take these conversations further to the ground to also really pick up some of the points, especially around the SMMEs that you spoke about earlier, members of the panel, in terms of the impact of CBAM, and surface those at the WTO level, and also surface those really within the UNFCCC space level, especially now that we have the Just Transition work program within the UNFCCC. I mean, you had the ambassador, you know, speaking about finding the carrot within the carbon pricing mechanism. So to your point, Dr. Chatvedi, about, you know, developing, you know, countries developing their own carbon pricing architectures, that's probably where the carrot lies, probably for Africa, even though we're merely just contributing 4%. So let me hear then from the audience. The ambassador was worried earlier that some of his interventions got a few people out of the room. Hopefully that's not what will happen come January 2026, you know, from an imports point of view for the EU. So can I just take a few questions from the audience? Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that there's not a lot of people in the audience and ask a few questions. Well, my first question is to you, Mr. Nxumalo. Why are there no females on this panel? I'd like an answer for that one. And then a question to Ambassador. I guess the question is, why did it have to be an EU measure, particularly for climate trade policy? Why could it not have been a multilateral measure? You know, yes, EU will have policies that they do together, but in the context of the climate agenda, an agenda that is very global in nature, an agenda where we have space to have these discussions, whether it was through the UNFCCC or the WTO, why did it have to be a unilateral, an EU measure? Why could it not have been a multilateral measure where we all come together and we develop a climate trade policy that works for all of us? My second question is, I just want to then ask around the retaliation point. I really value the retaliation point. That CBAM exists on the assumption that things are going to shift and shift positively to align with CBAM. But like Kuda was saying, that the retaliation could be completely different. And I think with the geopolitics, there's a big risk that the retaliation could be the truth that we see, in that you see a lot of south-to-south trading happening, where the global south is trading amongst themselves, but then you're also seeing things like Russia, China taking up the lead in terms of the preferred trade partners that, you know, in the context of Africa, we choose to do. Yeah, I just want to interrogate this assumption that CBAM is going to work and that we are not going to retaliate. And then I promise this is my last one. I guess it also adds to Kuda's point to say that there's nothing wrong with CBAM. So CBAM is an important, you know, preferential trade measure. We do see the value of it. It's important right now. It's important. The issue is in its application. The fact that from even a trade rules perspective, it's not it's not being applied in a differentiated manner. And I'm going to speak more so for LDCs, because I think that currently the impact is more so towards middle-income countries, your South Africas and so forth. In the context of LDCs who contribute about 1% towards emissions, who have low capacity for decarbonization, this really impacts them. And even when you're saying that these countries are not necessarily exporting, CBAM prevents them completely from even getting into market and competing successfully, and even having a chance of, you know, increasing development, economic development for themselves. So we're not saying CBAM shouldn't be there. We all want to ultimately get to CBAM level. The world needs to get to CBAM level. It's the fact that it applies uniformly to everybody, even in the context of low emission contribution, low capacity to decarbonize, and just low development. So can it get to a point where it's differentiated application as per how the countries are positioned right now? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very powerful perspectives there. You see, the good thing about having less audience is that you get really concrete engagement. So maybe let me start with the ladies, because it's all males. You'll be the last one, male.
Thank you so much. Obviously, my first question is that look around who is not, you know, your right, left, to make sure next time when you are organizing, it should be a main indicator, not to just to tick the box, but bring the women voices, you know, age and gender diversity, because that's literally about justice. So my real question is that how, when you are talking about this technical environment, for myself, I'm working for creating inclusive policy with the displaced community. So how you are making sure we are not ignoring and leaving anyone behind because they don't know these technical languages you are using, and how this industrial policy, green growth, global geopolitics is not ignoring and making more jargons and making about people for the people. So very easy question.
How do we ensure access? That's the question. Accessibility and access.
Good questions from my colleagues. My question, first of all, is to you, because we have to point that out. Clearly, the gender issue, people living with disabilities are missing here. And so the question that goes to the ambassador and to the EU is, are there measures for CBAM to specifically favor groups and minorities who are clearly going to be affected? They're already living through the, through this exclusion crisis. So is there a way that you're going to favor them? My other question is going to be on, I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to ask just two. My other question is going to be on policy coherence and global justice. How do we ensure, or how does the EU ensure that CBAM aligns with the global climate justice principles, especially when African states argue that new trade barriers are definitely going to contradict our development goals? Thank you.
Thank you. The question of CBDR really is coming up, but more to it, it's the just transition aspect. Let me close with you, 1 minute.
Thanks. I'm not sure whether 1 minute is fair, noting that 4 women have spoken. but their concerns are genuine. I mean, two things. Is it not double benefit for Europe and double punishment for the developing countries? Let me give you a typical example. In South Africa, we've got 4 major automotive companies. and I don't want to mention them, I don't want to give them free advertising, but they are all in regions that would not be able to have renewable energy, and they're producing for export. So basically, we are being forced to start producing motor vehicles with green energy, and we're also being forced to fast-track NEVs, you know. And the only way to fast-track production of NEVs, for example, in South Africa, is if we import most of the NEV parts, because we've basically been building ICE vehicles. So is that not, so it means Europe will slap us with CBAM and benefits from importing the rest of the components if we've got to keep, for example, VW, sorry. So that's the first thing. Secondly is that not a translation of lack of confidence in the multilateral trading system when you go for a unilateral measure like CBAM, when you've got discussion as old as after GET, what you'd call the Doha Development Agenda, Article 32 on environmental goods and services. Basically, you are saying we will import green stuff into Africa and they'll basically export. So is that not double jeopardy, and is also not an expression of lack of confidence in the WTO? Thanks.
Thank you very much. EU, why did you leave the negotiation table in the multilateral system? I'm going to give each and every one of you 2 minutes. You heard the questions. Let me start with those that were facing me. We had our Commissioner, Commissioner Mbali Patuza from civil society, who's the Presidential Climate Commission Commissioner, who would have come and really given us marching orders in terms of closing remarks, but unfortunately she had to pick up on an urgent commitment. And hopefully if she still makes it on time, she's able to join the panel. This was just not by intention, and we do apologize for that. So the question of inclusivity is also there. Chadwick really touched on that a little bit. But let me start with you, Mr. Ambassador. You heard the questions from the floor, which were largely to the two of you, really in the EU. Can we get a response on that? Yeah, thank you.
Firstly, just to say, I mean, for us, CBAM is a climate measure. It is designed for us to be able to meet our climate targets. And that is why it was conceived. Secondly, I mean, again, when you ask Swedish business actors, they would all be for a global carbon price. They would have loved to see that kind of agreement. Why don't we have that here? Because there's no agreement. And for us to be able to be leaders, for all of us to be able to leaders, we need also to lead and put kind of policies in place which will accelerate our decarbonization. I think, you know, we would have loved to have a WTO agreement or, you know, a separate global carbon pricing agreement. But we're just not there yet. And I think in the meantime, you know, we need to work with these kind of measures to ensure that we can jointly be, you know, leading together to ensure that we can decarbonize quicker. And maybe then on the sort of the more sort of just transition elements of this, you know, for small and medium enterprises, for various types of groups, you know, how do we ensure that certain targets do not hit certain groups unjustly? I think that is sort of a part of a parallel process that we and I think European Commission, other European member states are engaged in as well, in terms of how can we work together to design those kind of policies in parallel to having these others in place, including the CBAM. So I mean, you're working on capacity building, ensuring to support industrial development, and as well as it goes to your to your question, sir, where someone raised it, that, you know, we shouldn't have the assumption that you know, industrialization means carbon. Industrialization is green. You know, using renewable energy, using circularity in our industrial processes, which of course builds a stronger economy going forward as well. So, you know, we shouldn't just assume that, you know, if we have this kind of measure, that it sort of hits countries' industrialization processes. Rather, it supports that by encouraging using green technology, which is cheaper in many ways as well. So, I mean, I think we need to bring that into the conversation as well.
Yeah, thank you, Matthias, because I can only support what you said. I mean, of course, it's not surprisingly that we are completely in line with the messages. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning that the introduction of CBAM has primarily an impact on the EU industry, I have to say. And it's good that Matthias clarified that we are not against industrialization. We are not against trade, of course, in particular of the CBAM sectors. To the contrary, what we want is to encourage decarbonization of those goods. You mentioned the question, it has been mentioned a lot, the question of the CBR-DRC principle, differentiations and countries. We thought about that. There were a lot of discussions about how to design the measure. We came to the conclusion that it was not a good idea to target countries and to treat countries in a differentiated way. I'm not going to remind you here about the WTO principles, most favored nation, and other principles, articles, GATT, but what it was clear for us is that in every country, like in the European Union, there are front runners who are decarbonizing faster, and there are those who are lagging behind. You know that the future is clean tech. The future is introducing green deindustrialization. And this is what we really precisely want to do with this. We know that the question is also timing. We know. And this is how I said before, we are introducing CBAM in a very gradual way, first with a transitional period with no financial obligations, and even from 2026, as you know, and I mentioned the free allowances being phased out, that gives time also to decarbonize and to introduce carbon pricing. It will be a win-win for everyone. Forget about CBAM now. The future is not in keeping dirty production around the world, because you will be worse off than other producers. Let's take the example of the Chinese. They have understood. They are producing greener and greener technology and greener products. In the future, respective of CBAM, yes, CBAM not, there will be a higher demand for green products. And if you continue, if Africa, for example, or Indonesia or India continue investing in the old technology, I can tell you they will not be in a better position in the coming years. And that will be a problem. You mentioned that there is the risk that trade or global trade will be split between northern countries and southern countries who have different standards, different ideas. I don't think this will happen, honestly. I don't think this will happen. It may happen maybe in the short term. You may be some trade patterns, some trade diversions, but I can tell you that that's not in the middle, in the middle and in the long term. I think we are all on the same boat. We are all interested in the same. Just last point, carrots, carbon pricing. Of course, I mentioned win-win. Of course, keep the revenues, reinvest in decarbonization, but also, of course, as you know, the European Union is the largest donor in general, but also in particular in carbon, in decarbonizing the economy. We just adopted a recommendation and a report last month where we committed to spend 200 billion in the next years in general under the the global European initiative, and also the target that 30% of the money has to go to developing countries and LDCs in particular to support decarbonization. So let's take the opportunity. You can blame CBAM. I mentioned before about this review report and the impacts. I understand that you are concerned with the introduction of CBAM, but have a look at the impacts, honestly. I don't think the problem of the steel sector is CBAM. I think the problem of the steel sector is that the prices are going down because of a problem of our capacity. So we need to think about that. We need to look at that from other angles. And I completely agree with all of you that we need to work together. And we are very much interested in supporting, of course, LDCs and developing countries.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vincente. Let me move to you, Africa. Kuda, you had a lot of support from the audience in terms of your perspectives. And I'm wondering what sort of parting message you want to give to the ambassador and really the technocrat behind the design of the mechanism, given that he's also opening up his hands to say, how can we support you? Let's engage.
Okay. I think the first point will be to clarify some contradictions that are coming up, at least from the African point of view. CBAM is a climate policy when it's a trade policy and talks about being openness. So that contradiction is seemingly when it suits for it to be a trade policy, for example, with WTO, or it's a climate policy when it comes to climate issues. Reason being, when we talk about differentiation. So I think that clarity is extremely important, at least from an African point of view. But linked to that, it's also about what is not in CBAM and that's still being exported. Critical minerals or raw materials are not part of CBAM. What is happening now is investment is going into that space, using coal, using gas for the extraction of those minerals, locking these developing countries in that raw material phase of the investment cycle. So that's also something we have to think about too. Are we going to also extend it to critical minerals if we really want to decarbonize and support African countries in terms of their pathways? But I think lastly, my point will be around this issue of finance, because I think that's what's important. I think that's the biggest carrot. And I think in this space, why Africa and the Global South was asking for 1.3 trillion, it was not for the sake of just getting funding. It was because we realized that this is what we need to support our NDCs. The fact that we have not got that, and on top of that, the investments when they come onto the African continent want to invest in gas. They don't want to invest in decarbonization. That's the reality. We still only get about 3% of investment for renewable energies. And we keep crying and trying to tell investors that we need investment, but this is the response that we're getting. It is too risky, or they're not getting enough return on investment. So we have to find a middle way. I appreciate the 200 billion. If it's concessional finance, if it's grant-based, that's exciting. But if it's private sector-led, unfortunately, Africa is not part of their target. And I think these are some of the realities we have to speak for to ensure that the 200 billion, in this case 60 billion, that is coming to LDCs and developing countries actually impacts the decarbonization, and we're not then stuck in a space where we're actually not seeing those goals coming together. And I think I'll stop there.
No, thank you very much. The money is there, but if it comes with private sector, it seems not to be going to the right place. If anything, it's distorting the transition agenda. Let me move to you, Dr. Chatvedi, and hear from your perspective. I mean, how do we respond to the questions on the floor, especially from a retaliatory point of view, but also generally from an inclusion point of view? Thank you.
Great, thank you. There's a very famous concept of the butterfly effect. So I think CBAM is that butterfly effect. And I guess when it was being designed over a decade back, the EU colleagues probably didn't foresee that the way it will unfold. And it is going to have profound implications in many different ways. One is what is definitely aligned with the way EU wanted, which is climate policy. That is very clear. Many countries, many jurisdictions are creating their own domestic carbon pricing architecture. So it will be positive from that perspective for the climate, right? So that is one axis. The other part is in terms of how it will unravel the geopolitics. So the geopolitics is going to go in the negative direction. What CBAM has done is added that further, kick on that whole trust equation. The trust equation in at least the climate space between the developing and the developed world was already fraying from the last 10 since Paris, already fraying. This is that booster to that anybody who wanted to kind of, bring things together. This is a booster in the opposite direction, right? So this clearly creates a lot more mistrust. So I'm just saying it's a butterfly effect that probably nobody fathomed when it was designed. And it is these two directions which are simultaneously it is going to evolve. Now on balance, how do we see it? Are we happy about it? Are we not happy about it? I don't know. But it is not going to be so straightforward that it's a nice, that whole narrative, that it's a nice thing, it's a great thing, and we are going to support you. The narrative is definitely not going to be so easy to sell to many in the developing world. And I think these two narratives will play out together, in this discourse.
No, thank you very much for that. Very nice and punchy. The butterfly effect. Did you study that very well in the design of this? And maybe to even anchor that much more closer, how do we bring it back home from an inclusion point of view? Is research telling us anything from your context, Dr. Wadana? Are you seeing anything around that? And what are some of your responses to the other questions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you, Ambassador, and thank you, Mr. Roa, to elaborate on the CBAM. So I think I just want to repeat again what I earlier already said. It needs cooperation, and it takes time, and it doesn't work in the vacuum. I think to reflect the African perspective, CBAM doesn't work in the vacuum. So that's why the mutual decision from this presidency, it's compiling the big four, right? So because we cannot talk about like CBAM, I guess, without having the proper conversation about financing, right? So if we want to apply measures, and I think if we look at the text now, that I want to actually drill further with Mr. Roa and the ambassador. Like now, I think it's quite neutral, the terminology. So Mr. Roa said that it's climate measures, but LMDC said it's trade measures. Now if you look at the text, it's climate-related trade restrictive measures. So try to find the middle ground, right? So these kind of things, like, and if you look at the 4 options in the text, one is very strong, and I don't think the EU will accept that option. Yeah, one of the options is very strong. One is very, so I think in the text itself, it's still like very debatable which one is the way to go, right? To be able to be meaningful, right? So, but again, it doesn't work in the vacuum, and it needs like, and also like, even from Indonesian perspective, I cannot speak on behalf of Indonesian government, but I think if it's just CBAM per se, I think it's probably an no CBAM kind of thing. But I know it should be CBAM with partnership, CBAM with collaboration, with probably and a lot of questions on the technicality as well in terms of like from the perspective of trade rules. How about the preferential treatment that we already have? So for example, under FTA we have rules of origin. And rules of origin, it's more about where is the product last substantially produced, right? And in terms of like CBAM, it's where and how the product is produced with what emission. They don't necessarily intersect. It could be completely different. And I don't know, like in terms of accounting of it, how does it work, right? So and I guess that's the pathway for. Yeah. So that's what I'm, yeah, as a researcher, I want to learn more about this, and we're looking forward to. But yeah, I think for Indonesia, I think it's in the pathway of actually collaborating in the cooperative mode yeah, I think from Indian perspective as well, it's like we're forced to actually embrace it and be prepared.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. The Mutarao text may not be favorable for the EU, is the assessment from Dr. Wadana, especially component 4 of the text you said, I hope. And we don't know what that means, you know, for developing countries also. Is it a benefit? You know, Kadu said earlier on that there are some sectors that are not covered by the CBAM. Does that give us opportunity in the Global South then to impose our own CBAM measures or carbon pricing architecture against those critical minerals, which you also touched on earlier, Mr. Pillay? Can I turn to you then to give the luster of the panel in terms of some of the questions, and particularly also looking at how we, you know, make finance work for all, and by all I mean the disabled, I mean the women, I mean the youth, and that's the justice aspect of it. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. And once again, let me apologize for the panel. When the panel was first pulled together, it was 60% female. And there was a huge demand for them at COP, and they started to drop off. So, humble apologies.
Ladies, you're in demand, so that's why we can't secure you.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And I just want to upfront mention, I think there's general consensus in the Global South that clean energy is the way forward. And I think there's no dispute about that. I think we're at different stages in terms of maturity of carbon pricing. And that's largely based on domestic conditions. And particularly around the competition to attract investments. And that's one of the mechanisms that's being used is tax. Now, having said that, you know, what CBAM I think does is, as everyone has mentioned, placed in this extra burden, and as one of the participants mentioned, it could be a double-edged sword for the Global South. So how do we mitigate that is the discussion that we should be having, right? Because as I've mentioned in my onset, most developing countries have had hundreds of years to develop, right? Africa has since 1960. South Africa since 1994, right? India as well, 1960, I think. So we still need that space. I mean, it could have been done quicker, but we're now at the trajectory where we have to move in that direction. I don't think anyone's actually building new coal power stations, right? It's very few countries that I'm aware of that plan to do. But, you know, I would raise the question about funding, is whether there's going to be funding for coal power stations, noting that funding is now available for green technology. So, you know, that remains a question. answering you directly around climate finance and how we direct this, I mean, there's a number of mechanisms that we can use. I mean, the JETP is one of those that we use in South Africa to ensure a just transition. And how we bring in the marginalized in society is to ensure that we have socially owned renewable energy plants. So you have women organizations that merge together to start to establish plans that benefit their households, but also allows them to engage in in economic activity. So while that's at a smaller scale, that needs to be taken to scale, right? And these are just being piloted for now. Similarly for youth, we also see new economic opportunities that are emerging as a result of green technology and green industrialization. So many of these new opportunities are actually being taken up very quickly by youth. And this includes the circular economy. All elements of the circular economy in South Africa right now are largely driven by youth. So the opportunity exists. We just need to know how do we exploit these opportunities, grow them to scale, while we decarbonize without being punished. Thank you.
Yeah, let's exploit the opportunities, grow them to scale without the punishment. Thank you very much, gentlemen on the panel and ladies on the audience and gentlemen as well. I mean, our commissioner has just walked in really to show support, but also it would be unfair to then hand over to her to close a discussion that she didn't have sight of. So she has empowered me, ladies. This is the evidence that there was, a representation in the panel. So she has empowered me to do the closing remarks. Really, in short, to say thank you very much to our esteemed panel. Very robust discussions and very robust ideas as well, but also frank conversations, really, from all forms of perspectives. And thank you very much to the beautiful audience who really gave us, a bit of steam on top of the humid and the heat of Pelham. So yeah, thank you very much for this, and the SDG Pavilion for hosting us. This has really been a very good conversation, and wishing you well for the remainder of your COP30 engagements. Thank you. If I could just ask the panel, if I could just ask the panel to stand up for a quick photo op. Thank you. With the audience as well. So to the question of inclusivity, we are inviting the audience to please join us in the picture. Thank you very much. Otherwise, it looks very odd with just males only.
It's okay, I understand.
in the media event for the UN SDGs Pavilion hosted by NHK Enterprises. NHK is the public television of Japan. Thank you. Promise of 1.5 degrees Celsius, media collaboration and environmental education using animation. I am Kyoko Gendetsu, executive producer at NHK Enterprises. Having produced climate change-related programs at NHK for many years, I am now serving as the secretary for the Promise of 1.5 degrees Celsius campaign, and for the first time in my career, as the planning producer for an anime project. Today, we will share the latest information on a Japanese model case where various stakeholders collaborate, centered around media for awareness-raising activities and environmental education aimed at stop the climate crisis. First, I'd like to introduce the globally unique campaign, Promise of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which cross over media boundaries. The campaign began 4 years ago. There is a global alliance called the UN SDG Media Compact, which NHK Enterprises is also a member of. While 220 companies from Japan participate at the time, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there are no significant joint initiatives. Therefore, after the 1.5 degree target became the international goal for global warming at COP26, discussion began with Kaoru Nemoto from the United Nations Information Center, Tokyo, and other media volunteers. This led to the launch of a new campaign to raise public awareness of the 1.5 keyword, which was not widely understood in Japan, and to encourage action. This year, 169 media outlets are participating, including newspapers, magazines, online media, and the television stations from among the SDG Media Compact member companies. Please watch this year's campaign video, 1 minute production created in collaboration with NHK and 5 commercial broadcasters.
2024年世界の平均気温の上昇は産業革命以前に比べて 1.5 度を超えてしまった。
でもまだ食い止められる。
まだ諦めるわけにはいかない。
このまま温暖化が進んだらあらゆる生命の営みが脅かされてしまうから。
個人がそれぞれに取り組むだけでなく、
もっと社会の根本から
その構造を変えることが必要だ。
だから一人一人が
もっと声を上げよう。その声や情報をメディアは束ね、
政府自治体企業に届けていこう。
社会を動かす大きな力に変えていこう。今すぐ動こう。気温上昇を止めるために 1.5 度の約束。
今すぐ動こう。
気温上昇を止めるために 1.5 度の約束。
Thank you. In Japan, featuring a lineup of highly popular anchors to make the tremendous response. This year, we also implemented the initiative where anchors paired up in two like body to relay messages on SNS using the hashtag. And furthermore, we gathered these anchors in the NHK studio and broadcast our 55-minute special program on NHK General TV in September. These 3 years, we also involved young people, scientists, and weather forecasters to the studio for discussions. Last year's theme was Food in Crisis. This year, theme focused on climate change countermeasures that benefit everyone. We introduced the latest technologies like solar panel-equipped interior windows, roll screens, and the DAC, direct air capture, to encourage positive thinking about climate action without sacrifice. Program content and schedule coordination with commercial broadcasters is decided very democratically through monthly Zoom meetings held since spring. Fundamentally, public broadcasting and commercial broadcasting differ greatly, and the stations are usually rivals. There are many challenges to overcome, but this campaign demonstrated that when barriers are crossed and power is pooled, it becomes double, triple, indeed 6 times the power. We have now built an invaluable relationship where we can freely exchange opinions with our commercial broadcasting partners. In addition, the production of special program uses a CO2 calculator called Albert to measure the CO2 emission from the production of the programs each year with the aim of ensuring sustainable production. Video of a past campaign can also be viewed on the United Nations Environmental Center Tokyo website. We sincerely wish to share this rare model case with the world. Another example of stakeholder collaboration is the new climate change educational material using animation. Future Kid Takara. It also participates in Promise of 1.5 campaign. Takara, a child from the year 2100 who travels back in time, together with Sarah, a 12-year-old girl living in the present, they explore our warming planet. They realize that the future can still be changed now and learn the importance of taking climate action. Each episode runs 5 to 6 minutes, with all 11 episodes available for free streaming on the official website. The animation production is by the globally renowned animation studio, Studio 4 Degree. How did this project get started? In 2021, President Eiko Tanaka, who had seen the NHK's special documentary on climate change, 2030, the turning point for the future, that I was involved in producing. She approached me, expressing a strong desire to create a climate change work that uses the power of animation. President Eiko Tanaka, formerly Studio Ghibli, is a producer known for films like My Neighbor Totoro and Kiki's Delivery Service. She now heads a studio producing high-quality animation, including the summer's release Ciao, which won the jury prize at the Annecy International Animation Film Festival in France. Yuta Sano, director of the Future Kid Takara, serves as animation director for Pupel in Chimney Town. This project began when such animation industry talent teamed up with the NHK Enterprises, renowned for programs like Chiko-chan ni Shikarareru and Darwin Akita for kids programs. First, let's watch episode 1.
Future Kid Takara. 博士、先生ストーブです。 分かっとる。博士、今日です。分かっとる。リーダー、博士、ストームに捕まりません。分かっとる。今電子シェルターを展開するから待っとれ。よし、これで。エイモリ博士、だから。博士、いますか？ここじゃ。ここは一体。真っ暗で何も見えん。
つまり未来から来たってこと？
ええ。
その上小さくなっちゃったってこと？
そうみたいですね。僕はタカラ。エイモリー博士に作られたタイムマシンです。
タイムマシン？キャー、それってすごくない？私はサラ、よろしくね。で、あそこのモンガは？
あれが僕を作ったエイモリー博士です。
元は人間ってこと？
もちろん。飛べるようになったぞい。
喋った。何すごすぎるんだけど。
お、ナオミ、聞こえるか？
その声はエイモリー？無事だったのね。
タイムマシンが起動して過去に来てしまったようじゃ。
過去？
ところがそのタイムマシンが
そっか、タイムマシンは壊れちゃったのね。でもタカラが現れたってことは私にはミッションがあるってことよね。
ミッション？
タカラは私に会うために未来から来た。素敵だわ。未来ってどうなってるの？すごいんだろうな。意志を持って喋って動けるタイムマシンが作れちゃうんだもん。
それじゃタカラの意志。僕の意志？さよう、美しかった地球への憧れがこの過去にわしらを連れてきたのじゃ。
美しかった地球？
サラ、今の地球は美しいですよね。
もちろんよ。
博士、今の地球を見てみましょう。よし、今の地球を探検じゃ。
何が始まるの？うわー、これ飛行機ね。楽しそう。私も乗れたらいいのにな。
それなら任せなさい。こっちどうな？
うわー、すごい。私小さくなっちゃった。
気をつけるんじゃぞ。はい。やはり美しいですね。
地球は青かった。
さあ、探検です。北極圏、グリーンランドのようですね。
あ、どうして？こんなに痩せちゃって。
食べるものがないのかな？
氷が溶けちゃってる。
すでに兆候が出始めておるようじゃ。
それってどういうこと？
詳しく調べてみよう。はい。
こっちでは山火事。
乾燥であっという間に燃え広がってしまうんですね。
砂漠？
もともとは水も緑もいっぱいあった場所のようです。
そんな。雨が降らなくて困ってるんじゃなかったの？
雨が降らなくなってしまった場所とまとまった雨が降る場所、どっちも増えて気候が極端になり始めているんですね。
全然知らなかった。 球が今こんなことになってるなんて。
未来の地球は人類によって壊されたんじゃ。
え、壊された？地球が？
地球温暖化です。
地球温暖化？
その原因を作ったのは人間じゃ。
人間は何をしたの？
人間は何もしなかったのですか？我々がこの時代に来たのには理由があるのかもしれん。ミッションですね。
やっぱりミッションなのね。私たちは何をすればいいの？
一緒に考えましょ
う。ミッション発動ね。
この美しい地球を未来につなげるために。
Thank you for watching. We compiled a wide range themes useful for climate change education in an easy-to-understand format, as shown below. There are 11 episodes in total. It covers the mechanism of global warming, extreme weather events, food security, renewable energy, and the solution like the circular economy. The voices actor include Yuki Kaji, known for voicing Eren Yeager in the anime Attack on Titan, Honoka Yoshida, an 11-year-old child actor, and Keiko Toda, one of Japan's leading actors and renowned voice actress, famously known for voicing Anpanman. You don't know maybe, but it's a famous animation in Japan. Kaji's voice, not only Takara, but also Dr. Amory, a genius scientist transformed into a flying squirrel, and as Sarah's grandfather, Genji, enjoys 3 voices. And famous actor Keiko Toda also voices Naomi, a 100-year-old environmental activist, and Sugar, Sarah's 5-year-old cousin. That's quite a range, from 5 to 100 years old. This educational material was created through a collaboration between NHK Enterprises and the world-renowned animation studio, Studio 4 Degrees, forming a production committee. Funding came from special sponsorship by the Ion Environmental Foundation, a public interest incorporated foundation. The project brought together private sector's power and funding, then broadcast on the NHK educational channel as public television, similar to how we broadcast a film produced by external companies. The Ion Environmental Foundation, operated by Japan's leading retail chain with the commitment to public benefit. It has planted over 12.7 million trees planted worldwide, Indonesia, Malaysia, China, etc. They also provide cooperation for the forest planting scene in the film. Today, since we are in Belém, let's watch episode 8, Let's Grow More Forest, which features the Amazon forest.
フューチャーキットだから。みんなが大事に育ててきたトドマツの森だ。
広いね、源氏。ここに新しい木を植えるのね。
ああ、地域のボランティアの人たちと一緒にね。サラもやってごらん。さあ、こうやって。
こうやって。こう？
うまいうまい。
苗木って小さいんだね。
この苗木が立派な大木に育つには 40年から50年はかかるんだよ。
そんなに？
森を作ることはサラの未来を作ることでもあるんだ。
ああ、サラたちいいな。でもなんで木を植えることが未来を作ることなの？
実は森にはとっても大事な役割があるんです。木は光合成といって温暖化の原因となる CO2 を吸収して酸素を作ってくれます。
そっか。じゃあ木をたくさん植えれば地球温暖化を止めるのに役立つんだね。
そうなんです。そして木を使うことも大事なんですよ。
使う？
木は年を取ると CO2 の吸収量が落ちます。だから使う。木は木材になった後も吸収した CO2 をそのまま溜め込んでくれるんです。ちゃんと使ってどんどん植える。その循環が大事なんじゃ。世界の森を見に行きましょう。
ランプに乗れるの？かっけー。出発。
世界最大の熱帯雨林アマゾンです。
すごい。地平線まで森が続いてる。
待てよ。残念だがもう破壊が始まっている。
破壊？
森を焼き払って畑にしているんですね。アマゾンでは乱開発で毎日サッカー場3000個分の森が失われた年もあったほどじゃ。
へえ、3000個分も？
アマゾンの熱帯雨林が減っていってしまうと、今まで森が吸収していた CO2 より吐き出す CO2 の方が上回ってしまうんですよね、博士。それに森がなくなると雨がそのまま川に流れてしまい洪水も起きやすくなるんじゃ。森に住むたくさんの生き物たちは。
そうだよ。どうなっちゃうの？
残念じゃが住みかを失うしかない。
どうしたらいいの？
森は増やさないといけないんです。そうじゃ。森があれば雨水を溜め込んでたくさんの水蒸気を放出してくれる。それがまた雨となって森に降り注ぐんじゃ。この水の循環が何より大切なんじゃ。
森を増やすんだね。
そうじゃ。だが CO2 を吸収する森は陸だけじゃないぞ。
うわあ、海だ。
これはアマモといって浅瀬で成長する海藻じゃ。アマモは魚や貝、エビの赤ちゃんが育つ大事な場所でな。 CO2 をしっかり吸収してくれる海の森なんじゃ。
そういえば僕もゲンジーと一緒にアマモ植えたよ。
素晴らしいですね。それではゲンジーさんとサラのところへ行ってみましょう。
イエーイ。ねえ、ゲンジーは漁師でしょ？どうして陸に木を植えてるの？
森は海の恋人といってね。
恋人？
豊かな森を作るとその養分が川を伝い海に届く。森が魚や貝を育ててくれるんだ。
へえ、つながってるんだね。森も海も。
そうだからそのつながりを取り戻すためにも木を植えるんだ。
よーし、森を増やすぞ。
サラ、この木が大きく育つのを見届けておくれ。
うん、森を作ることは私たちの未来を作ることだもん。
森を壊すのも人間じゃが、人間の力で森を増やすことだってできるんじゃ。海にも陸にもな。
Thank you for watching. じゃあ Foundation plans to use Future Kid Takara's educational videos to learn together with children in environmental clubs at over 400 AEON stores nationwide. And another sponsorship from the Japan Professional Football League, J-League. The J-League has also joined the UN's Sports for Climate Action Initiative and is now putting significant effort for climate education. And Japan's legendary soccer icon Shinji Ono, Kengo Nakamura, and Atsuto Uchida joined this program. Let's watch this video where they took an acting challenge in their first ever collaboration with animation.
フューチャーキットだから。
出たケンガのパフォーマンス。今度は私も。ちゃんちゃんちゃちゃちゃん。
うまっ。俺もやりて。はいサラ。
行くよシンジ。
ただいま暑さ指数が31を超えました。屋外での運動は中止して、直ちに暑さから命を守る行動をとってください。
サッカーできないの？教わるの楽しみにしてたのに。
残念だけどここまで暑いとね。
暑さ指数って何なの？
説明しよう。よいしょ。はじめまして、タカラです。おお。いいよ。これを見てごらん。これが暑さ指数じゃ。気温と湿度、日差しの強さや風の影響から算出した熱中症のリスクを判断する指標じゃ。
学校にも貼ってある。
暑さ指数が31を超えたら熱中症を防ぐために運動は原則中止になるんですね。
でもプールの授業まで中止っておかしくないですか？
水に入っているから気づいてないだけで、プールの中でだって汗はかいてるからね。
汗をかくと熱中症になりやすいの？
そうだよ。そういう時はね、シンジさん。
水分をこまめに取るのも大事だよ。
喉が渇いてなくても？
乾いた時じゃ手遅れなんですよ。
手遅れ？
人間は汗をかいて体温を調整しています。汗になる水分が体の中に足りなくなると体温が下げられなくなってしまうんです。
体育館とか屋内でも油断できないから気をつけなきゃね。
だから暑さ指数28を超えるときに J リーグでは飲水タイムといって水を飲む時間を取っているんだ。
水分だけじゃなくて塩分も必要だよ。塩飴とかもいいね。
それでも気分が悪くなったらまずは涼しいところに移動して体をしっかり冷やすこと。脇の下とか首筋とか足の付け根とかを冷やすと効果があるよ。
はい、わかりました。
だけどさ、最悪だよね、地球温暖化。
最近は J リーグの試合も暑さや大雨で中止になることが増えて困ってるんだよ。
僕らはね、このまま温暖化が進むと外でサッカーができなくなる日が来るんじゃないかって心配してるんだ。
選手だけじゃなく観戦してくれるファンやサポーターの皆さんを危険にさらすわけにはいかないしね。 2人は外で遊べてる？
夏はあんまり外で遊べなかった。
遊具とかも暑くて触れないもんね。やけどしちゃいそうで。
未来ではオリンピックも開かれておらん。暑すぎて開催できる街が地球上のどこにもなくなってしまったからな。
そんな未来なんて嫌だよ。
このままではいろんなスポーツができなくなる。雪を使う冬のスポーツもそうだし、僕らが大好きなサッカーだって。
ひどいよ。僕サッカー選手になるのが夢だったのに。
シュガー。
悔しいのは僕らだって一緒だよ。
だから僕らも温暖化を食い止めるために動いているんだ。
一人一人が CO2 を減らすアクションに取り組むことが大事だからね。
そっか、11人全員で戦う。サッカー魂ですね。
11人だけじゃないよ。
え？
J リーグには日本各地にたくさんのクラブがあるんだ。
そう、応援してくれる一人一人が CO2 を減らすアクションに取り組めば、それはとても大きな力になる。一緒に頑張ろう。サッカーを続けられる明日のために。
頑張る。僕サッカー選手になる夢諦めない。
ネバーセーネバーだね。
Thank you for watching. Soccer hugely popular in Brazil too, of course. And having these stars personally advocated for climate action is incredibly, hugely meaningful. Across the league, 60 club teams have started using this video for outreach lessons in collaboration with UNESCO. This video also features scientific supervision by Professor Seita Emori from the Tokyo University and educational supervision by the Japan Environmental Education Forum. We've also made an idea sheet compiling reference information for teachers and worksheet for children available free. The video had its world premiere on September 25th. It was the 10th anniversary of SDGs at the Expo Hall of the Expo 2025, Osaka, Kansai, Japan. This event was supported by the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, the Japanese National Commission for UNESCO, and the United Nations Information Center, Tokyo. We also received congratulatory remarks from Mahel Nassel, the chief representative of the United Nations Pavilion at the Expo 2025. Popular Japanese voice actors and soccer legend Ono Shinji took to the stage, and the venue was filled to capacity with 1,900 people. Next episode is collaboration with UN. In particular, we incorporated the 10 actions individuals can take from the Act Now campaign of UN. We promote in the Promise of 1.5 degree campaign. It clearly to children the importance of raising their voice. Please take a look. Come here. Ooh. Just a moment. Okay, we'll continue. Okay.
フューチャーキットだから地球の今を調べたんです。
うわー、綺麗な島。
いいな、行ってみたい。
そんなことは言っておれんぞ。 CO2 をほとんど排出してこなかった南太平洋の島国の人たちです。海面が上昇して自分の家で暮らせなくなる人がたくさん出てくることが分かったんです。
地球温暖化だよね。
だよね。
CO2 が大量に出始めたのは1800年代の後半からじゃ。今の地球環境の悪化は先に豊かになった先進国の責任が大きい。
真っ先に気候変動の被害を受けるのは責任のない弱い立場の人たちなのよ。
ナオミ、どこにいつ生まれたかで得したり損したりする不公平な世界が始まっとる。
もっと早く気づいていれば気候変動を食い止めるアクションを起こせたはずなの。
荒廃してしまった未来から来た僕たちは過去にもっとできることがあったことに気づいたんです。
それって